very, very important to all of us. So we cannot afford not to understand what climate change is all about. It will force us to understand it, to learn it, and to see the mitigation factors. So as a community-based organization, we recognize the need to convene diverse stakeholders. And I mentioned we have people from the civil society organization, the government facility, Ministry of Health, community-led organizations, among others. So we need all voices in order for us to fight these climate change effects together. So this half-day meeting provides a unique opportunity to bridge grassroots perspectives with experts' insights, stimulate partnerships, and chart rationale steps toward building a resilience in Kisumu County and beyond. So at the end of the half-day meeting, we are going to have a roadmap. We are going to have an action plan as one body. So this diversity in the room, we are going to come up with one voice that is going to spearhead this climate change action moving forward. So that is it. I believe from what I've just talked about, you have at least an idea of why we are gathered here today. Otherwise, feel most welcome, and I'm really looking forward to a richful, interactive, and to learn also, because every day is a learning day from each one of us. So karibuni sana, and I officially declare this forum open. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Polycarp. I get there are people who will be joining us as the session continues. So when we interrupt with introductions, then it interfere with how we program. So what we'll do, before we break for the tea break, we'll do another quick introduction to those people who have just joined us. Then again, those who will join us again later, before we break for lunch, we'll also do that. So that will work for us. Cindy? Okay. We are going to start right away as the meeting has been declared open. But first, I want to set the ground so that when our speakers will be talking about these terminologies, then we are on the same page. Nilikuwa nimeziandika. You're allowed to Google, but even after Googling, give us the simplest term possible, how you understand these terminologies. So the first one is, what is climate change? This thing we are talking about here, this thing that has brought us here together here, what is it? Then what is renewable energy? We are going to be hearing about that term also. What is smart agriculture? What is geothermal energy? What is solar energy? What is climate financing? What is a public-private partnership? Without any particular order, you can raise up your hand and just give us a definition of which one you understand. Is this working?
Okay. I understand climate change to be a change in the normal climate patterns that we are used to. For example, for a very long time in Kenya, let me use Kenya, we were used to some months there'll be rainfall and everything, but looking at things from last year, we're able to tell that we cannot predict anymore. So it is just a change in the normal climate patterns that people are used to.
You're going to end around. That is it. In simple terms, that is it. But I want someone else to try and say what she has said, so that to confirm, tumeielewa. Yeah?
Okay, amesema it is a change in the normal weather patterns that we are used to.
Yes. So in English, the way dictionary puts it is climate change is the long-term change in weather patterns on Earth caused mostly by human activities. We are the ones who are bringing this climate change. That was the only part left. Things like burning fuel, cutting trees, and pollution, and etc., etc. So we are the cause of the climate change pattern. Sawa. Without any particular order, who is ready to explain any of the terminologies? Yes, Mama G. So that the people who are online can get us.
Okay, I'm going to try to explain about solar energy. So solar energy is the energy which we receive directly from the sunlight, that is from the sunshine. So I think that is it. Yeah, and it's easily available to access.
Thank you. Any addition, any subtraction? Solar energy comes from the sun rays. Both are clean and renewable. So we can renew the sun rays. Yeah. Without any particular order. Yes.
Okay, I'll try to explain public-private partnership, which is commonly referred to as PPP. This is an agreement that a government entity enters with a private sector to just facilitate projects. They also share responsibilities of these projects and also the risks.
I want someone from the back to repeat the same thing or better what he has said. Yes, Ted. Us will hear you, but the people who are online won't hear you.
The private and public partnership is where the players, those who are engaged in the public sector and the private, they bring together the resources that they have towards engaging the climate change issues. So they make an agreement and they share the responsibility, who will do this, who will do this, so that they meet the goals they have set in terms of climate change.
Yes, the government and private sectors could be an NGO, could be a company, could be any entity that is not government linked. They share resources, they come together to solve problems. But in this case, the question was, what is a public-private partnership? So they could solve any problem. That is the meaning of the terminology. But in this case, based on our meeting today, we'll be talking about that kind of partnership based on the climate change sector. Sawa? Yeah. Without any particular order again, we are remaining with the renewable energy, smart agriculture, geothermal energy, climate financing too. I said we are allowed to Google.
Renewable energy, according to my understanding, is energy that haiwezi isha. For example, solar power. Today, jua itawaka, tomorrow, jua itawaka. So it's something that you can do day to day, day to day. Yeah.
Another?
Yeah, good morning once again.
Good morning.
On climate financing, this is whereby
We have not finished renewable energy. Anyone who has Googled?
Okay, I'm not Googling, I'm just trying. So renewable energy is this energy that can be converted from one form to another. Like there's an example, solar is renewable because we can convert it from the sun rays you talked about, and we use it to light the home or use it in our fridges. Thank you.
That is the term I was looking for. They are natural. Renewable energy comes from natural sources. They are natural. They are not man-made. Like the sun, the wind, water that never run out and are cleaner for the environment. They are natural. That's what makes them, that's why we term them as renewable. They are not harnessed through man's brain. Zimekuja through God's will, for those who believe in God. Sawa. Any other, we were at climate financing?
Yeah, like I was saying that climate financing, this is whereby, however, the support it is being given on climate change. However, it is raining.
Microphone.
However, it is raining. However, it is there is a disaster. There is a support that can be given into that particular time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Any other? Someone who can better it or repeat the same to confirm we are on the same page. Any other? Climate financing.
Climate financing. Let me start. Good morning once again.
Morning.
Climate financing refers to the local or international private funds offered to address, mainly to address the climate change.
Yes. These are money and resources set aside to help countries and communities fight climate change and prepare for its effects. When disasters happen due to climate change or in preparation that there's a disaster impending due to climate change. So the resources that are set aside, those are the climate financing. So we call them that. We are remaining with smart agriculture. Smart agric. Those who did agriculture here should be able to tell us this. I believe wengi walikimbia agriculture because ilikuwa inakaa rahisi wakachana na jog.
Morning once again. Smart agriculture is the modern use of technology to make farming more efficient. Yeah.
You can repeat the same or better it. Chunyi gombo.
Okay. Good morning once again. I just want to add that smart agriculture is just a modern way of farming that uses technology, innovation, and sustainable practices to increase food production, reduce costs, and adapt to climate change. Thank you.
The way he has explained it, the only part that is remaining, smart agriculture. Let me push this. You see, like this is smart agriculture. So the only part that was remaining on what the two have said is that while doing that, then the farmers are also protecting the environment and adapting to the changes in weather. That is why it's called smart agriculture. They make sure that they protect the environment and they're also adapting to the changes. Si kuna wakati ilikuwa kuna food zingine zilikuwa zimewekwa, they cannot grow at particular moment, si ndio? But saizi unapata we can get even those foods saa zile they are not expected to be in the market. Huh? So in simple terms, that is smart agriculture. Having said that, anyone with any question yenye hajaelewa in the terminologies, so that when our speakers will be taking us through, now we have a rough idea. On our guests who are online, any addition, any subtraction, the floor is yours. If there is anyone who wants to add or subtract before we proceed. If there is none, then I would like to call just a moment. Eric. No, is it? Victor. Yes. Victor is going to take us through our first speaker's session, and he's going to tackle Karibu Victor. He's going to tackle one, what are the most significant climate changes facing Kenya today? Two, how can Kenya leverage its vast renewable energy potential, particularly geothermal and solar energy, to combat climate change while protecting the economic growth? And three, what does climate finance play in scaling up Kenya's adaptation and mitigation efforts? Thank you.
Thank you so much for allowing me to come here today and share. As I said earlier, my name is Dede Victor Uchieng. I'm from Dunga. We call it DECTA, Dunga Ecotourism and Environmental CBO. But again, I'm seeing we are so dull. I don't know why. I don't know. Some of you are not happy being here today to learn and network. See, smile. Give me a smile. So, before I talk about who I am, normally we say that in everything that we do, in all walks of life, the common denominator is a better humanity. Sindio? So, najua, we've sacrificed and we are sacrificing from our organizations to ensure that our work, be it on health, nimesikia kuna watu wa health, climate change, everything, humanity must come first. So we are going to take an oath before I start and after nimemaliza. So just stand up, tafadhali. And smile. While taking this oath, you smile. So when I was in university, before I went to campus in Eldoret, nilifanyiwa mchango pale Dunga Beach. So in third year, I was wondering how best I could help or give back to the people down there. So this is the quote I came out with, and I said that, I'll live by this. So just put this right hand, yaka kwa moyo. You want to sing an anthem, yetu, as actors. So and this other one, just carry it up. So this is the words that you'll say, that all my life, all my love for humanity. And we are going to repeat it thrice, okay? But eka nguvu, sawa? Give it all your energy. So, we are starting. All my life, all my love for humanity. All my life, all my love for humanity. All my life, all my love for humanity. Asante sana. You can have your seats. So, that oath alone uh, saved me way back in my third year in campus, because now I had a strategy on how best to give back to my people, and that was through the creation of a CBO back then in 2020, known as Winam Twinswell CBO at Dunga Beach. So Didi Victor is an environmental scientist. I studied environmental science. I specialized on environmental earth sciences, hydrology. So I am an hydrologist by profession, sir. And I've worked with a lot of organizations. One, I worked with Millennial Legacy, which is based here in Tomboya Estate. What we are doing was just to build businesses. These are smart businesses. Those are who are recycling, waste and all that. I also got an opportunity to work with NEPA DPRM Kenya Secretariat, which is an AU body in Kenya. Their main mandate is just to coordinate AU programs in Kenya and East Africa as a whole. So, again, as I said earlier, I work or I volunteer with the DECTA. We are the people who are promoting ecotourism at Dunga Beach. We are the people who are conserving Dunga wetland. That green vegetation inatoka Dunga, inapita Kapuote, hizo sides zingine, all the way, almost close to this beach. There's Anduru Beach. So that is our mandate, okay? So I'm so privileged to be here today. First of all, I want to thank the organizers, the people who invited me to this event, Mr. Polycarp and the entire fraternity of Shiners. So our core business today is to learn, sindio? And we want to learn, and it is always good to learn ukiwa happy, because you'll remember. Sawa? So just smile. Hata kama kuna kenye unasmailia, just give me a smile, sawa? So this and our learning, thanks to the person who handed over the mic, it is well coordinated. So we are going to go step by step as we learn. Just in case kuna anything that is not clear to you, feel free to ask. So the first question was on some of the challenges. Sindio? Let me just read it. What are the most significant climate challenges facing Kenya today? And we are alive to the fact that there are climate change challenges. Sindio? Recently, Polycarp talked about it. You heard that it rained in western Kisumu West on the other side. Sindio? Na kulikuwa na hiyo mawe hiyo. We call it hailstorms. And iliharibu most of the houses there. I saw somebody's car. That was so bad. So, but that is not the only thing. When I was back in school, I learned something, a principle. It is a thermodynamic principle, I think. It says that energy cannot be destroyed. Sindio? Sindio? You cannot create energy. It was created by what you believe in. I believe in God. It can never be destroyed, or you cannot create it. But you can transform it from one form to the other. Sindio? You can. That is possible. Did you know that as human beings, our operations affect us or other people elsewhere? Did you know? We are saying that climate change, the main contributors to this is us. Sindio? You know, sahi ukianza kuchoma Dunga wetland pale, remember that unachoma a carbon sequestration area. Pale inachukua carbon, inatoa oxygen. If you're burning a forest, and you know that, sindio? So you must get ready for heat waves. Why? Because you will increase the level of the GSC. We call them the greenhouse gases huko hewani, sindio? So these actions are the ones that now create these impacts of climate change. One, we've talked about hailstorms. And Kisumu, a case study of Kisumu, we have extreme flooding. Sindio, you know that? Flash floods. Simbali, just move around upper Kapuote. Once it rains all the way from upstream, you give it like 20 minutes, then go there. You'll see women packing their things kwa nyumba. Why? because our actions maybe at some point led to this. So some of the common climate change impacts. One, flooding. This is something that we can relate with. This is something that the county government of Kisumu and even Kenya as a whole has invested in ensuring that those who are in those extreme places wapate usaidizi, si ndio? And kuna some hotspots that have been marked over time. But the problem is it requires a great investment to ensure that those people are relocated from that area to other safe areas. The next impact of climate change, and this is something that we also know in Kisumu, we have heat waves. Ndio, at some point unatoka kwa nyumba, then una feel somewhere inachomeka hapa juu. If you don't have kitu kama kofia or any other thing that can, so that is also an impact. Why? Because the temperatures of the earth inakuwa increased, si ndio? We have a layer, an ozone layer somewhere above us, and God, because I believe in God, was so creative that protect us, si ndio? And you know that once we release these greenhouse gases, they tamper with the quality of the ozone layer. So the sun rays that we need at some point because of solar energy, si ndio? They directly or the intensity that they reaches us here at Earth is iko juu, si ndio? So that is what now causes these heat waves, and again in a lead to increased global temperature. There was a year that was the hottest year in the whole globe, hapa tu juzi. From 2020, things have not been the same, si ndio? Mmesikia kuna extreme heat ile, si ndio? Then from that year again we've been having extreme floods. That is why I said energy cannot be destroyed. Once we have extreme heat, this heat heat our water bodies, the oceans, the lakes, the rivers, si ndio? Then evaporation take place, si ndio? It might be Lake Victoria is being heated there, but now we also have winds. These winds zina carry your hot air somewhere else, and when hot air meet na cold air, si ndio? Condensation happen. Then it might be in Kakamega, it might be in Kisii, but remember that impact, because tuko kwa ile low area, lazima irudi huko, si ndio? So heat waves leads to this other thing, which leads to this other thing. So the impacts of the effects of climate change are interconnected. Hizi ni vitu zimeshikana. Hii kifanyika hii sahihi, it lead to this kufanyika, then this can easily lead to hii ingine kufanyika. Sawa? Tuko pamoja. So that is why climate change is something that the whole globe is looking with a different lens. Sawa? Because for you to tackle that, you must tackle this. Then again, for you to tackle this partially or fully, you have to tackle this other one. So, who knows any other impact of climate change that may relate with nyinyi kama wa Kenya, watu wa Kisumu? And those who are online also, feel free to jump in and share your views on yes, because and it is so nice that we come from different regions. I've heard there's a coastal, there's somebody from Kilifi. Our issues are interconnected. They might be the same, but again, the intersectoral nature of climate change inasema that not everyone is affected equally. Did you know that? Did you know that? Sindio? So it might be based on where you come from, who you are, and the impacts now might vary. But we are alive to the fact that they are the same impact. So anybody who knows any other effects or impacts of climate change? I've talked about flooding, I've talked about these heat waves in Kenya, and drought. Yes? You can pass the mic. Marine life. Yes.
By the way we pollute, you say you come from Dunga.
Yes.
And River Uji enters Dunga.
Exactly.
But if you go to River Uji now,
yes,
it is a dumping site for pampas.
Yes.
So all this is swept away.
Yes.
During rainfall to the lake, and it is going to affect the marine life.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that is right. So, So this is how I'll bring that point. You know, in Kisumu, we don't manage our waste effectively. Sindio? If you go to informal settlements, let's take a case of Manyata and Nyalenda, Nyamasaria. So what were gonna open dumping sites? So when it rains heavily, and the rivers and the streams are just somewhere around. So when it rains, these waste can be easily carried by easy floods. Sindio? So they are channeled to these rivers. One is River Huji, which has been an issue. So once they go to River Huji inaenda wapi? Lake Victoria, sindio? All these waste will be channeled to the lake. And you know that the lake is a very sensitive environment. The marine environment is sensitive. So, one, we have other waste, even from these pampas, they are made from chemicals. So the level of chemical in Lake Victoria, we call them nutrients level, not chemical, but nutrient level. In Lake Victoria, itaenda juu, sindio? And you know what this leads to. Si mnajua hii? Kama sasa umemwaga mbolea kwa Lake Victoria, Lake Victoria kitu ya kwanza iko na plants. Si mnajua iko na plants. We have water hyacinth is there. We have also vitu kama algae, these are there. So these nutrients will aid in the growth and development of these plants. Na mnajua that plants compete with us. Kwa nini? Oxygen, sindio? So samaki inataka oxygen, kuna other animals that lives in this water inataka oxygen, but kuna algae mahali pia to compete hapa. So that is what it means, sawa? And that is only on now the nutrient side. But again, we have the solid waste side. Did you know that right now, if you go to Lake Victoria, if you go to Dunga Beach, where utaenda pale, you will see the lake is very clean. Sindio? Where utaona, hii ni lake. But if you can go and scoop down, uende tu na scoop down hivi ya Lake Victoria, then you'll be surprised. Utapata ile chupa ya mzinga that tulitumia on Saturday, then tukarusha and any other thing that you might find there. Again, you'll be surprised to find this. Did you know the fishermen we are trying to help to get a good living by the restoration efforts, the protection efforts in Lake Victoria, they want to pollute the lake, let me say the most. Did you know? Did you know? Now, that is another discussion for another day. So, I believe that I've tackled some of the most common. These are just common. But again, remember that we have other impacts. We have the effects that leads to these impacts, and impacts ni mingi that we cannot discuss. We can divide them into different sectors. So then tunaanza kudiscuss ikiwa kwa health, what is now this impact of climate change on health. Tukikuja kwa agriculture, what are these impacts of climate change on agriculture? So, and kila sector. That is why the president alitoa memo, the president of Kenya, kuna memo ilitoka. Wanataka that all the agencies of the government to mainstream climate change in their planning processes. Okay? If any organization is making a strategic plan right now, be it an engineering company, you must mainstream climate change in that process. Okay? Sawa? Tuko pamoja? Nani yako na swali hadi hapo? There's no question. So it means that you people are learning. Sindio? So
Yes.
Yes. Oh, thank you, James Nyondo, for that. That is a sign that even those who are online are getting something. So another thing or another question that I was mandated to talk about here today was, how can Kenya leverage its vast renewable energy potential, particularly geothermal and solar? And we've talked about geothermal, solar, renewable energy. Sindio, these ones here, and you've defined what these are. So how can this country, Kenya, leverage its vast renewable energy potential, particularly geothermal and solar, to combat climate change while promoting economic growth? Now, the speaker who was here before was very strategic. Alieka hii for us at least to kujua these terms. So I'll just repeat as I go. I believe my time is also iko karibu kuisha. So, did you know as a fact that this country, Kenya, 90%, let me say approximately 90% of our electricity is from renewable sources. Did you know? Huh? Mlijua hiyo? Hii electricity hii iko hapa Kenya, almost 90% inatoka kwa renewable sources. And renewable sources mliambiwa, these are from natural sources, and these natural sources, you know them. The sun is one, the wind is another one, geothermal is another one. Sindio? So our electricity 90% renewable. So what does it mean? What if we increase our investment to target these renewable sources? Like, did you know another fact that in Kenya, along the Great Rift, we have untapped geothermal energy? Nani alijua hiyo? Nani alijua that we have untapped geothermal energy along the Great Rift? So that alone, if the country can invest in renewable energy, hiyo ya geothermal pekee, then we are certain that the 100% mark can easily be achieved. Sindio? And once we achieve that, inamaanisha, this is what now it happened, we'll reduce the reliance on some other alternative ways of kutoa electricity or energy. Sindio? And this might be through fossil fuels, hizi generator tunasikia hapa kila mahali. Na the greenhouse gases, ita reduce our ozone layer, ita remain intact, and to mitigate these effects of climate change. Sindio? Sini ukweli? So if we invest in these sources, then tunamaanisha that even the greenhouse gases lazima hiyo tutakanyaga chini. Sindio? So we are so fortunate. Sisi kama Kenya, and in Africa, I think we are among the leading nations. Did you know, in Africa, on geothermal energy? Who has ever been to Kajiado County? Okay. East side yingine ya Ngong. Have you seen those?
Nilikuwa nimepea list speaker. Niweka wapi?
Sir. So, have you ever seen hizo enormous white structures in a... So, that is an evidence that people are embracing renewable sources. I know, maybe because of the nature of our weather or any other thing, it might not work best in Kisumu, but there are regions that even wind energy can be leveraged. So, I'm sure that there are places I've not visited that are using wind energy. I went to this beach in this Guase. So the community there, because they don't have fresh water easy from tap. So there was this person, the founder of Lake Victoria radio station, Dr. Obiero Nganga, the late. So what he did to the community members, ali build a windmill kubwa hapo. So this windmill ilikuwa ya kuchapa maji at least iende up the hill, so that the water can now go back to these homesteads. And that was an innovative way. Imagine, hatumii pesa because the wind is free. Sindio? Yes. So that is an example, but our case is on solar and geothermal. And also, nani naona ball hapa? Nani ni fan wa ball? Naona bana. Naona jezi kuko nyuma. So, natoka Dunga Beach. On Saturday like this and Sundays, we have a joint somewhere hapo kando ya beach. So watu wanajaa. We normally go there to watch football, but steam inapotea. Sindio, steam inaweza potea anytime. We can't dictate that. So this guy akona generator, backup generator, that every time steam ikipotea unaona mtu ashavuruta, then ball ndo ile. But you know, I've never talked to him, but now I'm seeing a different name. What if he uses solar panels instead? Because solar panel ni automatic. You just plug in. Kama already iko set up. But there's a question, and I'm sure he will ask me that question. How much is that solar panel? But that is the way that we would love to go. Though, we'll talk about that, your investment on kuna part ya climate finance, sawa. So that was only leveraging geothermal energy and solar energy on matters climate change, mitigation and adaptation, what I've talked about, sir. But again, kuna another aspect, yeah, economic growth and development. Did you know that as a country, we can leverage, and we are doing it now, geothermal and solar to ensure that our economy as a country ina grow na ina develop. Mnajua? Let me ask you a question. If you can provide industries in Kenya with cheap and affordable energy ama electricity to these companies, si unajua ulisikia somebody alilipa bili ya stima 300 million. Ulisikia this Indian in coast ako na a chain of industries. That guy went to TV station live akasema alilipa 300 million ya power. Imagine. So what if we can leverage this geothermal and solar to ensure that these industries wanapata affordable and constant energy? See, tuko sure that these industries zita grow sana, si ndio? We'll have them grow. Another thing that after the wazime grow, unajua employment sita come, si ndio? Definitely, once you reduce the cost of production, then you can always find some gap somewhere to employ an additional staff somewhere, si ndio? And again, if we can invest in this geothermal and solar energy, I'm sure there's some level of awareness that pia as a country we need to have. Sindio? Institutions kama Maseno, universities, they'll start teaching people some technical things on this. And as you are being taught, you gain expertise. Sindio? This expertise can be used anywhere. Unaweza kuwa consultant on geothermal. So those are some of the ways that we can leverage this. So another thing that you know Kenya, we are importing fossil fuel. Hii nini? Hii diesel na petrol. Sinatoka nje huko. Si ndio? Know that we are importing this. But I'm sure that you know that there are some days hapa nyuma that bei ya mafuta ilienda juu. Because wanasema kuna uo sijui ya nani na nani, so inafanya sijui fuel nini. Si ndio? You heard that. Imagine we are not importing the volume of fuel ama nini that we are importing. We are using electric cars. Do you think that kutakuwa na mahali tunafika tunasikia story kama hii ya sasa bei ya mafuta inaenda juu sijui ya nini? Si hatutafika hapo kabisa. Si ndio? So we'll also create some security on energy as a country. We won't be depending on sijui Saudi Arabia ama sijui which country, I don't know them, to import their fuel here or for us to use. We will totally dictate how we produce and spend and use, I mean, our energy. So those are some of the ways that we can leverage geothermal and solar. Yes. Oh, thank you. Oh, which one?
Yeah. Yeah. Am I clear?
Yes, you are.
Okay, my name is Eric Kokioma, for those who don't know me. I come from Nyalenda, from an organization called Nelson Mandela, TBHIV. We actually do climate change, we do smart agriculture, and also other advocacy issues. I'm also a member of the World Climate Change Committee, that is for Kisumu, that's Nyalenda B ward. Actually, my concern here is one, I've just mentioned there, I think that one was on issues of nuclear energy and how us as environmentalists, how we need to think about it, because there's a lot of political rhetoricism and all those kind of things, not knowing the damages and what it can do without any empowerment. The other thing which I was, thank you Didi for highlighting the ideal situations on what can happen. Yeah, But the question I'm asking, do you have goodwill among our leaders? Because you'll realize that some of the projects that are being implemented, be it hospitals, be it those schools, me, I would love
You can
Oh,
come up again.
I would love to see a lot of maybe solar panels on top of those places. We have new buildings coming up. As much as they are talking about mainstreaming, we are not seeing panels being put there as a substitute and all those kind of things. So me, I feel that that goodwill. That's why I'm asking. I'm asking Victor, Didi. I'm also asking everyone here. Do we really have the goodwill? Because even if you go to that market in Dunga, you could have had solar panels on top. You go to other markets in maybe Obambo and other places, new buildings that are being put up by the government. They are talking about mainstreaming, but they are not walking the talk. To me, that is a concern. And what do we need to do, or what can we do to actualize and make sure that some of those things are enforced when they're implementing, when they're talking about policies and other things like the document they're talking about mainstreaming in strategic plan. Maybe they don't even understand, even the people who are implementing or doing some of those things, they don't understand the meaning of mainstreaming. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Okioma. Just for information, Okioma is my senior, so there's some questions he has for me, but he has the answers right in his mind. So, one of them is the question he has asked on how best can you ensure that these people mainstream climate change in their planning. Umejua, sisi watu wa ground hapa, hatujuangi even what these agencies za serikali na plan. Who has ever gone to the Vision 2030 document? No. MTP was it 4? The recent one was MTP 4. Nani amesoma hiyo MTP? Sisi hatujui, si ndio? Who has read Ruto's manifesto? The bottom-up economic transformation agenda. It is a document. Who has read? Sasa hatujui, si ndio? But again, all is not lost. We have organizations like Shiners. We have networks like Kisumu Green Network and any other organization that is inside this room. So, we can easily do petitions. And we are grateful for those, some donors or those who are always willing to fund these petitions or to create awareness to us as PBOs on matters planning. Because tuko na lot of, we have framework documents ni mingi. Hii Kenya, if you start talking about framework documents, tunaanza hapa county, tuko na CIDP, si ndio? Mi hata kenji hiyo CIDP nasema mzuri, mi hata sijui. Unaenda national government, unaenda East Africa, ESC Vision 2050, AU Agenda 2063, all these documents. So we can always petition any office if they are not living to what they stated in. But these can only be public offices. So it is always easy to petition a public. I don't know whether there's a CBO or a CBO who has ever been petitioned on an issue. Mimi sijai fika hiyo level. So, but we can complain, and we can complain, and there's a way that we can do it so that even these people can feel, you know, our efforts. So Okioma talked about this question. I've seen a question here on what was it again? There was a question on goodwill. Okioma, just to, you know, remind you, because you're my senior, our leaders around Western Kenya, they do things that serves their political interest. So if these will be in line with their political interests, then there must be a goodwill. But if this is not, then I tell you, hiyo tutapigana now. So political goodwill depends on venye the politician ama the politicians wana view a program, a project, venye watapata now mileage, si ndio? Si mnajua hakuna venye even our governor ata implement kitu itatanish jina yake, si ndio? And you know this. So it is possible, but it depends. That is my answer. So guys, I won't take a lot of time. This is the last section that I'm handling. As I was speaking in huko kwa solar as an alternative energy source, nilikuwa nasema it is very expensive, si ndio? And my sister there alisema ukweli, it is. But did you know that all is not lost? So I'm going to talk about climate finance. Sir, as the last one, we've talked about these effects of climate change, hizo impacts, tumeongelelea geothermal and solar energy. Now let us talk a little bit on climate finance. And this is how the question reads, because I'm guided.
There's a question here.
Okay, sir.
Before you go to financing, I was just thinking when Eric is talking about government or rather the political goodwill. Actually, the response that you have given, yeah, could be right or not, but we also need to be vigilant as the beneficiaries or even climate change champions to make sure that things will happen. We are the people to show them that we are in need. And in that case, if we align ourselves politically, as in we make sure that all the climate change issues appear every now and then, the politicians come to the ground. I want to give an example of Nyando, where I come from. You people know what we have been going. Oh, my voice. All right. You people know what we have been going through in Nyando. You know, every time there is floods, we see Narok, then the next thing in Nyando, we are in a few hours, we are ready. We are ready that it's coming to Nyando. But there is no time that politicians, or rather the government, have come to the ground to ask us, the people who are getting affected, how do we go about it? We are never involved. So I would say, in political alignment, we need to participate as climate change champions, and push for involvement and inclusion in solving our issues, because we are the people who are getting affected. So why do you bring me, let's say like my house is full of water, then you bring me beans and very, very hard maize, and I'm speaking to my parliamentarian. He thinks that by giving, when today floods have come to Nyando, tomorrow very early in the morning the CES comes to launch maize and provision of maize. Who told them that we need that maize? So we are not involved, because even where do I even cook that maize? Do I even have the ground even to put on fire? I don't. And then they also bring for us rice. We are the highest rice farmers in Kenya. I want to tell you, I am a farmer. I'm a rice farmer. They bring for us rice. Those plastic rice. Who told them we needed rice? Probably when the flood have come, my rice has been swept. Why don't you work on the floods so that we can also feed people with the rice that we have? Why export rice to come and feed me when I can grow rice? That the one that you have gone to be, because when we grow rice in Nyando, it is the Ugandans who come to buy that rice, and then when there is flood, I am brought that rice. It is bought from Uganda. I am brought that rice. Why don't they come? We sit down, and this is what I have been saying as a champion. We will deal with the floods in Kisumu County when the government will involve the main stakeholders, who are the people, the Serikali Saidia people, who are the people get affected. Not staying with the list that when it rains, when there is flood, wanakimbia na hiyo list, looking and sourcing for maize and beans. We do not need maize and beans. We need to get involved so that we can tell them what is the and that silting when it's not.
Oh, thank you so much. That is something that I can't ignore. I know the efforts of actors qua ground, and sometimes even the good things that you have in mind zinakuwa assumed, and they come with their things. But let me tell you that the government of Kenya and any other state in the world has a structured way of doing things. There are different ministries, and what normally happens is sometimes our work is disjointed. But these agencies, kuna agency tu yenye kazi yake ni research. And you know we have the Met station in Nairobi. Their mandate is to ensure that wametupatia data in the right time na early warning, sindio, unaelewa. Then there are people now, different agencies that sasa wanafaa kuingilia mambo ya ensuring that the recommendations from this research maybe inafanywa kwa ground sasa inakuwa implemented. But sasa shida ni tunarudi tu kwa political will. Is your area MP pushing for these things to be implemented kwa ground? But again, remember, we are talking about climate finance, and there's one aspect that might blow your mind. So we'll talk about it. So
there's a comment online by Chidala, CBO. Also another effect comes in economically, whereby there is a high rate of damaged infrastructure and displacement of communities, which leads to conflict over resources and is contributing to inequality.
yes, so that is very true. Sindio? Mmewahi mali hunga ina huko Aero, tuseme kuna flooding. Let me use Kapote is here. Have you ever gone to these areas where MCA amekuja kugawa maize venye nakuanga chaotic? Have you ever gone there? Unapata mtu anatoka na alama huko. So this is very right. So we have to ensure, and there's a channel. I've told you we can petition, we can do the policy briefs, we can always attend the public barazas. We call them the public yes. So right now the county, I think last month or this month, they are making the annual development ADPs. You know, they are taking ideas from the ile 2026 2027, sindio? So such forums una attend, and now you hear kenye uko nayo, unawaambia hapo, mimi naona hii Manyata ama hii Kaloleni ama wapi, hii ndo tunahitaji, sio yenye umesema, sindio? So Kenya as a country, or Africa as a continent, as a plan, sindio? And we know that Kenya tuko na a 15-year framework yenye jaisha, we call it the Vision 2030. So you know that Africa as a continent, we have a framework known as the AU Agenda 2063, which is a 50-year framework. Imagine from 2013 to 2063. So ni 50 years. So sisi kama Africa tumeandika kwa paper kenye tunataka na tuko sure this is what we want, na kuna mtu atatuambia anything, and that framework has a budget. That 50-year framework has a budget. So they've included the aspect of inflation, nini, hizo yote. Sawa? The same Kenya. Kenya has a lot of framework documents, but let me talk about the Vision 2030, because if you look at these policies, zenye ziko, if you look at the acts zenye ziko, most of them support achievement ya our goals za Vision 2030, sindio? Kenya ili budget that tukitoka 2015 to 2030, hii ndo Kenya tunahitaji in all sectors, sindio? And they know. But again, when body goes to parliament kutusomea budget estimates and nini, there's a word that almost all nini usema ministers. That is why we have the finance bill. Wanasemanga that there must, we add it to pige hard for us to ensure that tumepata hii pesa, sindio? And this money, this budget, domestically, we cannot sustain the budgets that tuko nayo kwa hizi framework document. Have you ever checked one framework document? Kama our NDC pekee is around 62 billion US dollars. Hiyo ni pesa gani? Sisi hatuna pesa kama hiyo, sindio? But we are very sure that tukiandika hapo, we have alternative sources, finance sources, that inaweza tusaidia ku reach your goal, sindio? Tuko sure. Hata wewe kwako, piga hii hesabu. Uko kwako and with your family, and unapiga hesabu ya hata 1 month. I don't know whether you do it or a week. Then unasema hii wiki Kenya tunataka hapa ni ya 6,000 Kenya shillings, food stuff and maybe some bills. But you are sure that hii 6,000 naye maybe huwezi pata hiyo time, but you are sure with another 5,000 hiyo naye ni yako utapata, sindio? Wewe kama wewe mwenyewe. But your friends, si ndio? Kuna mobile banking, kuna nini, unaweza pata that additional 1,000 shillings, si ndio? So that is how climate finance works. So you explain that climate finance ni flow ya finances for purposes of, you know, maybe implementing mitigation or adaptation projects, si ndio? So you know it, climate finance ni ile pesa tunapata ili to at least mitigate impacts of climate change ama to adapt to impacts of climate change. We have different entities that gives this money, but again this money is supported by other frameworks. Sawa, unaona pesa yenye sisi upewa hii, unasikia mtu amepewa grant nini, hii pesa, that grant is supported. Let's talk about the Paris Agreement ya 2015. Watu walikaa, sijui ni COP ama wapi, ilikuwa COP in Paris. So wakasema that, you know, the less fortunate countries or continents or regions, let me use regions, kama Asia and Africa, the global, we call it the global West, sindio? They were supposed to give, I think, $100 billion annually, just to, you know, help us in mitigating the impact of climate change. And this money lazima ingefikia mtu mwenye ako chini, si ndio? Because I told you, what you do in America, what you do in Asia can easily impact somebody in Africa. Energy cannot be destroyed. Sawa? And these processes ziko circular. Africa alone, through one framework document known as the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, we are demanding, and we are not asking, we are demanding a quarter a quarter of that money from document moja tu, sawa, around $25 billion, because we are sure that there's a framework that supports us. And that is why we are always of ambitious while planning, si ndio? Tuna plan, si nimewambia unaweza plan hata na billions and you are not sure where you'll get it, because the entities that might come in, and they are diverse. They might be these we call them multilateral agencies, sindio? Like kama UN iko na some nini, sindio? Again, we know there are some banks locally in Kenya that we can always borrow from just to implement climate change projects. Si mnajua hiyo? The government can borrow domestically, and again, we can always implement projects through public-private partnership. This is also another way of financing. So, and ulisikia even the president juzi, not juzi, but I think last year, alikuwa na embrace hii aspect ya PPP, sindio? So these are those are some of the ways that we as a country can at least get this funding. Let me talk about the FLOCA fund, which is something that we can relate with. Sindio, did you know this climate change finance, you can get it as a loan or you can get it as a grant. So there's
can I say something before that?
Financing mechanism known as FLOCA that has, as a country, through the Ministry of Economic Planning, Treasury and Economic Planning, tulipata. Mnajua kweli? Did you know that Kenya ilipata loan kubwa, and it was around 2020, and counties waliambiwa that, you know what, we want to finance you, but again they had some rules. Serikali ilisema we cannot give you money kama una the County Climate Change Act of 2020. Si mnajua that document, hiyo document pekee ilifanya some counties those who would have gotten the money, hiyo pesa haikuenda kwao. Mnajua kweli that act? So Kisumu County, you know, we are so fast, tulipata hii pesa. This money was around 1.9 something, I don't know, billion Kenya shillings. Sawa, but we are being financed, ni kisi kitu inakuja mara moja. Sawa, what we do, so first of all, what is FLOCA? FLOCA ni abbreviation ya Financing Locally Led Climate Action. Sawa, so that now tells you that one of the roles of this climate finance is to ensure that the local-led actions on climate change, either mitigation or adaptation, are well financed. Sindio? Sindio? Sasa wewe mtu wa chini uweziteseka huko, there's a way, there's a mechanism that the government is trying to put in place, in quotes, to ensure that wewe umepata usaidizi pia, because you're also you're also affected by climate change. So this FLOCA, the counties within that act, it is said that there was a how do I call it? Kulikuwa na different committees at different levels. Sawa? Because at the county level tulikuwa na committee hapo, I think the governor is the chair. But pia kwa grassroots level tuko na ile World Climate Change Committee. Nani amesikia about World Climate Change Committee? You are one of them. You are in East Kano. And Okioma said that is from World Climate Change Committee ya Nyalenda. Sindio? Did you know where you are coming from? There's a World Climate Change Committee. Nani amewahi inquire? Nani amewahi itaka kujua who is their chair na nini wanafanya? Nani amewahi itaka kujua? Sasa tugutuke, tukue watu tunatafuta hizi mambo, because some of the projects that are being implemented here or in Kisumu County, some are being financed by FLOCA fund. So, and you know, we always have a problem with the county government on double budgeting. Sio mnajua, wanasema ati pesa yao ya revenue ile ya county imetumika kutengeneza kuchimba borehole somewhere in Seme, but ukienda tena uangalie some other documents, unapata pia there's an entity yenye lichimba the same kisima in the same place with tena pesa nyingine. Si mnajua sasa pesa eti na, si ndio? So mnafaa tu kujua hizi vitu, hii mambo. Kuna projects that are being funded by FLOCA, and FLOCA is very specific. Hawataki tu fund any project, wanasema loan tunakupea, but this loan was given to the national government, but sisi kama Kisumu County tunaipata kama grant, sawa? So we are being financed by the national government huku chini. So loan tunakupea, lakini usichukue hii loan upeleke kwa barabara. Hii loan nataka ijenge mali ya ku recycle waste, itengeneze rivers and all that. Si ndio? So that is one nini of climate finance. And climate finance inatusaidia sana kuinvest in mitigation and adaptation. Did you know that these renewable energy sources, hii pesa tunatumia kuzijenga, kuzidevelop hizo areas, did you know that is an investment to us? And most of it, or some of it, might be from these facilities kama the GCF and any other entity that tumeandikia. I don't know, sina history or now ile ya Olkaria ile ilianzishwa, but I'm sure to some extent there's some level of funding, so because that is a great investment. Okay, so anything that you need me to clarify on, any question that you have for me, even those, there's a question. Yes, kindly.
Yeah. Yeah, can I go ahead? Yeah, I've unmuted. Hello? Hello?
You're not audible enough.
Okay, am I audible now?
You're using earphones?
Not really. Let me see.
You are audible.
I'm audible now. Am I audible?
Yes, okay, we can hear you.
What's going on?
Okay, what I wanted to say, you know, when we are talking of even climate finance, one of the things we need to know, there's something we call
just a moment.
Principle.
Just a moment.
This way. No, I just wanted to link up such that people are able to know why then even the national government is paying that loan and how it pays. You see, like when we have an entity or we have an institution here or a factory here, they normally pay some compliance fee to NEMA. They pay there's some money that is paid one way or another, whether it's compliance for inspection on all that. And from that money, us as communities or as counties or anywhere, we are supposed to have some retention, or one way it comes back. So long as that money goes to the national government, maybe that is why they say that they have to pay pay for it. But now the most important thing that we need to know, as communities, we also need to put other than that flocker, we also need to know that percentage that is retained, maybe at counties from that, so that we can use it on other things. And on the issue of flocker, some counties are doing it differently. Kisumu County is doing it differently because they plan from the top and then they use it through the wards. And I think you had Didi saying that that gives that chances of duplication because they control it from the top. But Blocker was being given for innovative ideas coming from communities from ward level, so that it's your innovation that is being funded to benefit communities at that level. Maybe that can work because some counties are doing that. But the way they are doing it in Kisumu, I think that one becomes a much bigger problem for us because of duplication. The issue, and you know, flocker money you cannot easily get it unless you get it from a contractor who has been awarded a job. That's how that money can be pilfered. So I'm just calling upon whoever that is here. We really need to be keen as much as we are pushing for ensuring that the community benefits from all these processes. And another thing is the other bigger bit is about the World Climate Change Committees have a lot of political, there's the political patronage aspect. So at times when you have too much politics, too much political power, political appointees, implementation becomes a problem. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Senior Mr. Eric Okioma. And just to reiterate on what he has said, I said earlier that lazima sisi vijana or the communities around, we have to be very vigilant. Sindio? Now, one of the ways is to get to understand what is happening. Sawa? We jua what is happening around you. Then now utakuwa na freedom ya engage maybe serikali kwa anything that you feel that is not going on right. One thing I have to add on climate finance. It is a very, very, very huge huge topic. Si kitu tunaweza ongelelea leo na tumalize leo, si ndio? And you know that kuna pia ile carbon credits, yani it is a complex chain that is dictated by a few individuals, wale elites, and you know them, they are from the global west, and there's a way that it is planned. So sisi kama CSOs, it's just to have the know-how on which finance inakuja wapi serikali, kama ni a loan or grant, for us to ensure that there's sustainable development in this country. So any question from you, watu wa huku? Anything? There's another hand. Yes, James, you can ask your question.
Yes. Nimefatilizia nikiwa pwani, nauliza hivi, hii mambo ya climate promise inakata across 47 counties.
Climate
promise, hiyo ulikuwa unatuelezea.
Okay. Now, Flocker was initially it was being implemented in around, I think, 15 counties, but during last year there's another donor mwenye alijoin because it was a team ilikutoka Danida, which is Denmark, SIDA, Sweden, World Bank, and another entity. But there's another country, I think Poland, waliamua kupump additional money. So with the time, party na spread. I don't know how many counties so far, but najua ikianza ilikuwa approximately 15. Hii ni kitu inafaa spread in all of the counties in Kenya. So I'm sure once we are getting many people on board, maybe tutapata maybe other counties or different counties for different funding ya Flocker.
Yeah, because unapata watu wako kama coast, majority of the youth wanafanya mambo na west iko na pesa na iko na ni source of job employment. So maybe if you can clarify for us the channels how we can source those soft loans, ama kama ni grants, ama anything that can support the community so that we can mitigate the giant in the house.
Okay. Thank you, Eric. So first, as the PBOs or the CSOs, we implement programs or projects not alone, but through the support of other donors or partners. So we have alternative financing mechanisms. One is grant, or some are loans. So for grants, I've only been a beneficiary of a grant once, but what I know is you have to prepare. You have to prove to those who you want to seek this grant from that the project is bankable. First of all, there are requisite or prerequisite documentation that you need as a organization. One is the strategic plan. You as an organization, wewe kama nini, do you have one? Two, you must have the know-how on who this funder is and inatoa pesa ya nini. Maybe this grant is not aligned to what you are doing. So you just do a mapping of the donors based on your strategic plan. And we make mistake. We go to these donors without a plan, and now they dictate our operations. But once you have a plan, it is easy now to always do the mapping of who can help you. So, my brother, the best thing is just to, maybe you can do a desktop review, but you must be ready. Being ready is having the prerequisite documents to ensure that the donors can buy in to what you are telling. Floka, Okioma is in that committee, and Okioma has categorically said that this money, wewe kama mwananchi, wewe upewi, you can only get it through a contractor, and that is very clear. So for Floka, maybe if you have a company, you want to provide services to the county, maybe that is possible. Thank you.
So sorry to proceed. So mimi niko na companies ndio ina deal in a way, and I have the strategic plan and the business plan and the documentation and everything. So wewe upande huko uliko, if you come across hizo channels, can you kindly share our platform and what is required of us so we can get support here and there?
Yes, it is possible. Do you belong to any network? Are you in groups of WhatsApp, Uko Kilifi? Are you in any network here, conservation?
Currently I'm not. I'm just doing as a personal initiative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you can do, you can network. You know, networking is one of the ways. Like now you are here today. I'm sure you know the head of Shiners, Polycarp, if I'm not wrong. I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
Unaona hiyo Kioma hapo. Huyo Kioma kwa online. You can text him. He's there. You can talk to different people. Go to the county government of Kilifi. They also have some partnerships that you can leverage. At least unaweza pata grant from our wenyewe. So it is a matter of networking. But for waste management, there's an organization in Nairobi known as the Kenya Climate Change Innovation Hub. So I believe they have some funding on those who are in is it the circular economy? Kitu kama hiyo. So maybe you can check. And any other entity. Yes. Tuko sawa? So just network and always keep on checking hata online. So hadi hapo there's a comment from Chadala CBO and I'll read it. I feel this video just kidogo kuja hapo sawa. Thank you. I feel this video information clearly relates to Okioma's question on whether we have goodwill from our leadership. The answer is very obvious. No. Our leaders are literally selling us off to opportunists, which is really costing us as citizens and generally as a country. Kindly take time to watch the video. And there's you can download the video so that you share it with us. Yes, you share it with us in various platforms. So thank you so much for your time. I believe that umesoma kitu ama umepata kitu, and I believe that I've served the interest of humanity and not my interest. Sindio? So as I finish, before mnipigie makofi, tusimame tena tuchukue hothi yetu there. Yes, but naona mmechoka. And so before we take this oath, can we warm? I want us to draw hii shiners hii na mwili yetu, si ndio? Just find a space. I'll guide you. Find a space. We want to appreciate shiners as I sit down. So, you know, yes, now you will lead us. She will lead us.
Okay. We are going to start with S. I believe S ni hivi. Yeah. Can we go S? Alafu H ni 1 stroke 1. Again, can we do Africa, Mama Africa? H 1 stroke 1. Then there is I 1. Then there is N. 1 side 1. Then there is N again. Up, down, up. Then there is E. Hapo kwa isa ndio ngori. E ni okay, R then S again. S.
Thank you so much. That was nice. Ndio. Haya. Sasa sisi na hapo, sisi na yeye. Hautoki hapa the same. Unaenda kutafuta? Yes, sir. We are doing the hot then I'm done. So, once again, all my life, all my love for humanity. All my life, all my love for humanity. All my life, all my love for humanity. Thank you so much. Thank you, and may God bless all of you.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you very much. There is a comment here, just a quick one. The polluter pay principle. The polluter pay principle means that the people or companies who cause damage to the environment should be the ones to pay for cleaning it up. If a factory pollutes a river, it should cover the cost of treating the water and helping the people affected, not the community that did nothing wrong. This principle makes sure it makes sure the polluters take responsibility instead of leaving the burden on poor families or the government. It also encourages people and businesses to reduce pollution because they know they will have to pay for the harm they cause. In simple terms, if you make a mess, you clean it up, right? Thank you so much. That is a Kioma. We want to break for coffee. We've surpassed our time, so we'll need to readjust with our timing moving forward. So due to that, then Saile tunarudi ndo tutafanya introduction so that we keep time, right? Let us give a 1, 2, 3 for our speaker who has just left. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Who is going to pray for us for the tea? Who is going to pray? Who? Mercy. Jopinyo yeri.
Tuamke tuombe. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, Lord, we thank you for this day. Father, we thank you for the provision that is going to be provided for us. We pray that you bless it before we partake it. In Jesus' name I pray.
Our guests online, please, as we also break for our tea, you can also just take a break. It's a 15 minutes break, max 15. So we are using 10, so 15 max. Then we get back. Thank you.
please hear me or you can't hear me? Yes, yeah. I'm still in the meeting. Hello? Yes, Nico. Sawa. Niendelee. Patia mtana. Hebu nipeni yeye, mwambie kuna mcost.
Onea habari yako bwana. Onea kawuono waro mdunga bwana. Waro mhipo.
Erokamano. Akidama makeo.
Jaber, community researcher.
Yes.
I can see you are very attentive.
Yes, I am. I'm very much concerned about climate change. It affects us.
They need to see how you are working hard somewhere because of climate change.
Yeah, we need to mitigate this and climate is real. Yeah.
Yes, sir. But you have to cut across. You have to be multisectoral in mind.
Okioma is my mentor. Okioma is my mentor, even on human rights.
So you need to see somebody mitigating climate change right now. Are you seeing that person?
Yeah, the person is in the house.
The person. Joyce. Joyce, are you there? Umetoka ama uko ndani? Nimetuma picha yako ukimitigate climate change hapo na mablanketi hizo madame juu. Wajue ni kazi ni kwa ground.
Yes, nikujituma. Thank you for that.
Hakuna, si ndio?
Social Agri-Ventures, which promotes sustainable agriculture, climate literacy, and community development in Kakuma. He holds a bachelor's in sustainable development, a diploma in business administration, and certification in social entrepreneurship and research from Oxford University. Currently, a senior as a preschool teacher with the Lutheran World Federation. Dominic has also worked in education, advocacy, and refugee services. He has experienced the fuel in his passion to mentoring change makers and building resilient communities. So, Dominic, you can turn on your video so that our plenary can actually see you.
Good morning. Use this.
Dominic represents the young voices. We all know that with climate actions, young people are not actually well represented in discussions around climate change, right? So I'll go straight into our first question. And from a community perspective, what are on the ground challenges of implementing? All right, sorry for that. Dominic, can you kindly just open your mic because we can't hear you? It's still echoing. Yeah.
Come again, please.
I am saying, could you like move
Yes.
to a quiet place? There's a lot of echoes where you are right now.
Oh, there are a lot of background noise, right?
Yeah.
Fine. Let me move to that.
Yeah, it's okay. You can just maintain your position. So my
Can I
question.
maintain the position?
Yes, kindly.
Okay, it's fine.
So my question is, from a community
Yes.
perspective, what are the on-the-ground challenges of implementing climate-smart agriculture and water management in arid and semi-arid regions? You can proceed.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. Basically, as a founder from an ASAL region, that is Turkana region, we face different challenges in implementing this climate smart agriculture. This comes with inadequate resources, and basically we have a limited infrastructure to at least adopt some modern agricultural practices, that is to bring in with water harvesting systems like the drip irrigations, and these are very expensive, so affording this becomes a bit a challenge. And also we have poor access to markets, because when actually these are being brought out maybe after harvesting, we need something like to process, while we have no people who can process from around. We also have climate finance, because we are mitigating climate through diversifying livelihoods for our communities, but through this climate impacts, such as erratic rainfalls, droughts, and also floods, have made people to be displaced within our region here, which is actually a challenge also. Yeah. Thank you. Maybe I'll be waiting for another question.
Thank you so much for your response. Basing on what you've just shared, I believe those are challenges. So I'll move into the next question that closely relate to what you have shared as your challenges. And my question is, how can public-private partnerships be more effective in accelerating Kenya's transitioning to a green economy in key sectors like transport and energy? You can also base it in the context of ASOL areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful question. Actually, private companies and public limited companies play a pivotal role in advocating for climate smart agriculture, and this comes in with encouragement in investment to use agribusiness initiatives, which will promote these practices in the community. Because when investors from the private sector are investing in these initiatives, we are promoting the green economy within Kenya. Yeah, sure. Also, the public can actually regulate policies to ensure that there is accommodation of youth in decision making,
which will actually accelerate these practices and also lobby for finances in order to implement some of the climate action strategies. Also, we have to align our goals with the private and public sector so that we are able to have we have something meaningful to achieve in regards to climate. Remember, climate justice is an intersectional problem which have to be tackled by both parties, and with communities also being invited as stakeholders rather than being invited as beneficiaries of these projects. We can actually initiate to encourage these communities to come over as stakeholders and be part of the project rather than viewing them as beneficiaries to our projects. I think those are some of the ways the private and public institutions can actually encourage that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I believe despite all these challenges, we are also progressing. And my next question will be, what policy and grassroots solutions have proven most effective in building climate resilience for Kenyans' most vulnerable populations? Sorry.
Come again, Liz. I didn't get your question clear.
All right. My question is, what policy and grassroots solutions have proven most effective in building climate resilience for Kenya's most vulnerable populations? You've gotten the question.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Speaking from my own view from Kakuma, communities here are pastoralists, and now pastoralist communities with farming or something, the green economy is actually also a conflicting point, because actually when we are trying to come up with this climate smart agricultural, while our brothers are actually meaning to graze, farms, livestock can actually livestock can finish the farms. So coming up with policies that can bring bylaws in order to bylaws that can protect these farming communities and also pastoralists within their borders are actually effective in driving this forward. Also, I think encouraging also our youths to be joined in this forum, and also calling them upon in certain forums actually plays a bigger role too in making sure that policies are shaped to the right people at the right time with the right strategies, because we have to also bring in inclusivity with the community members, having the right leaders who can challenge this information to the communities, and also having specific strategies which can actually shape our policies and also encourage our organizations to strive forward. And also forging partnerships within these sectors is actually ideal.
You done?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Thank you so much. So my last question to you is, what are the on the ground challenges of implementing climate smart agriculture and water management in Kenya, especially in arid and semi-arid areas?
Is it not the first question? Is it not a repetition?
No, it is not. But
okay, come again.
Questions. My question is, what
yes.
are on the ground challenges of implementing climate smart agriculture and water management? This one has water management in it, especially in arid and semi-arid areas.
Okay, thank you so much for that particular question. I think I will address it from this point of water management, because I look at it as a challenge from this region also, because due to lack of infrastructure, we lack like water harvesting systems which can be able to harvest water during heavy rainfalls, because at this particular region, rain is minimal, and it comes once, and once it comes once. So lack of these harvesting systems, or water harvesting systems, is a great challenge to this region. And also part of it is yeah, one of it is also the knowledge. We are actually what can I dominated with traditional farming practices. So adopting these climate smart agricultural practices becomes a bit difficult and challenging to the communities to adopt it, because they are used to their traditional farming system practices, which also brings it as a challenge in actually implementing climate smart agriculture. Yeah. So, like for instance, when we are talking about Kakuma Social Agricultures managed to actually implement one of the best agribusiness initiative within Kakuma refugee camp, whereby they adopted actually the full set of drip irrigation, but it became something new to the communities here, because they are not aware of these practices. So we are trying to make sure that after launching this, we have attained some of the community members to also have like a full technical knowledge about climate smart agriculture, and if they can also adopt this in their households for kitchen gardening, so that they can be able to solve their household food securities.
Oh, great. You're doing a very incredible work. I'll give you my flowers. And you've actually made it in a very comprehensive way. And now I'll open questions to the plenary. If you have any question, you can just raise your hand and address it to Dominic.
Or any clarity.
Okay, my name is Eric Okech. My question is, the region you are in is a banditry region. So what are some of the challenges which are now relating to banditry in terms of your work?
I didn't get that clear, please.
Okay, my question was on banditry. You know who bandits are. That area is prone to banditry attacks. So what are some of the challenges you face in regard to banditry as you go about your daily work?
Another question? You can collect all questions, then he answers them at once.
Are you through? If I got you clear, I was getting about bandits, the challenge of bandits and how we are tackling with them.
Another question is here.
Yeah, good afternoon. Now, my question is around, we all know the impact of climate change. One of them is normally the issue of wildlife migration, because when the wildlife are also moving around looking for water and food, and then they get into conflict with the human beings. So I just want to know, how do you manage such crisis when the wildlife now comes in to interact with humans? Of course, there is conflict now. Thank you.
Did you get that, Dominic?
I think you can repeat the questions because I didn't get them clear. Or maybe you can get next to the mic.
Both of them?
Yeah, sure. both of them. I just had some few about the first one about bandits, but the second one I didn't get it totally.
The first one was considering that the area you are in is prone to banditry attacks. So how is it affecting your work? Then the second one is
how do you manage conflict? Because one of the impact of climate change is actually wildlife. Now, while they're looking for food and water, they come into contact with humans. So how do you manage this conflict in your areas, especially because the areas that you're working in are drought areas? So when the wildlife just comes in, and also now you have to interact with them, how do you manage that conflict between humans and the wildlife?
Is that clear now?
Yeah, it's clear.
Another question? Another question 1. Another question 2. Another question 3. Back to you, please.
All right, Dominic, you've had all the questions. We only have 2 questions, so maybe you can actually address them, then we move on to the next.
Sure. Thank you so much for those particular questions. I'll address the first question this way. The issue of prone to bandits actually doesn't directly affect us, but I recognize it as a challenge for this particular region. We are operating from the heart of Kakuma refugee camp, and that is the essence of the government now. And when the government acknowledges your work, security are deployed within the area who can be able to protect the region. So the bandits attack from a far point of view. So for that particular region, for that particular question, I think as per now, it doesn't actually directly affect us because we are at the central, at the urban area where we have just farms within demonstration farms within communities. So the bandits can't actually access up to the camp. The camp actually is also protected by heavy securities, both with the government and also we have community securities. So the second question is in regards to the conflict between livestock and human beings. Indeed, we recognize that our region has limited water, and water scarcity is one of the main challenges within this region, and also accelerating these agricultural practices within this region. Particularly, animals do graze and they don't remain in one particular region. So we have seasonal rivers, and these seasonal rivers have can I call them sand dunes, or we have some holes being dug for the animals, whereby they go there and take their water. But for us who are farming actually and adopting modern practices, we are actually storing water in water tanks. So it actually reduces that conflict between animals and also our and people. Yeah. We also have agencies who are responsible for that particular, like for instance in Kakuma refugee camp, we have agencies responsible particularly for water, and we have agencies which are responsible particularly for security. So each and every agency has a role to play within this region. So I believe for those few questions, I may end it there, and let's see if there is another concern. Thank you. I hope I was clear enough.
You are. There is a concern here, so you can hold on.
Mine is just
Okay.
a concern. How are the organization within your areas that are dealing with the key population? How is the climate over there, and how are they treated within your region? Thank you.
How is the climate over here? I didn't get that question clear at the last point.
How are the organization within your areas? How are they treating those organizations that are dealing with the key population? How are they treated over there?
Thank you so much. I think you have overheard something of the government initiative called Shirika Plan. And Shirika Plan actually brings in the aspect of inclusion and making sure that the refugees are included within contributing to the Kenyan economy. Therefore, this one has enhanced policies and strengthened and even having the organizations here are also valued for their good work and for their impact. So I think they are treated equally and they follow the rightful government procedures. So this one is all a more like a partnership model both between the community and the government. Did I answer your question?
Biggie, has the question been answered? No.
Okay, you can clarify then so that I can have a particular point to get right for you.
When I talk of key population, I mean sexual and gender minority. Sexual and gender minority people, those people who are having such kind of CBOs within your areas, how are they being treated? Especially those who are working with the GBMSM and the MSW. Thank you.
Especially those who are working with?
Those who are working with sexual minority groups, GBMSM, sex workers, men who have sex with men, LGBTIQ, etc.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much for that clarification. I think all of these organizations do exist this side, but remember here we have a different, we are diverse nationalities. Therefore, we have diverse cultural backgrounds, and so such organizations actually do exist. But remember, with some of the cultures. They don't recognize this as something meaningful. So in regards to that, especially the LGBTQ, I think for that we have maybe one organization, if I'm not wrong, but there are few of such kinds. But for the gender, I think the gender is equal. Even organizations here are being encouraged to have like a 50-50% gender equity within their organizations. We also have women-led organizations within the region. So they are all being viewed as impactful organizations. Hope I'm clear that way.
Now, on that LGBTI group that you've just stated, that one, you know of one, so the question therefore was, how are the community treating such an organization within that locality? How are they operating? Yes, that is the question now.
Thank you so much. These organizations actually operate with high privacy because, in fact, their beneficiaries who are the people living with LGBTQ being highly protected. In fact, with other organizations with high confidential information. Because with the communities, some of the people are not conversant with such practices, and they are against it. So I think with that they are operating, but with confidential information. You know, we are all Africans. Now, this side, majority of the communities are against it. Yes.
Yes, and it's so unfortunate. Now, when we are talking about intersectional climate change, we need to actually recognize that different people are actually being affected with climate change in different ways, right? So we all need to work towards actually modifying this course, right? Yeah. So because of yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dominic, for being honest. And I believe not many organizations or actors would be very honest as you have been in terms of how your area relates with LGBTQ community. But because you are there as an organization and you say that you have recognized one, you know one, that organization that work with LGBTQ community, I pray and I believe that you can be able to accommodate or even include that one, start working with that one in terms of climate justice or climate change, because this is not about the typology or what or the status. It's about climate that is affecting everyone regardless their status. So I would appreciate if next time we come for this training, you'd say that you have been able to reach out to this organization and you're working together, because when we talk about public private what did you call it, public private partnership, these are also partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
You have work now. Take it on your hands and reach out to the organization and see how you can partner. Sawa sawa. So because of time, I'll in volunteer based, okay? A key highlight from Dominic's session. People only.
Which points are you taking from Dominic?
Okay, may I take the cultural barriers on the LGBTQ community?
Thank you.
When he was talking about the challenges of doing smart agriculture and water management in arid and semi-arid areas, when he was talking about the challenges of doing smart agriculture and water management in arid and semi-arid areas, he talked about the fact that this cuts across apparently poor infrastructure leading to poor water harvesting systems, which makes smart agriculture to be a little bit difficult.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Me, what I've taken is that it is a challenge to us because them from it's arid, semi-arid, and if you look at where we are and where he is coming from, I think we have access to more resources more themselves. So it is up to us now to borrow from them and use our available resources to be able to tackle the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think my takeaway will be when he said that having the right leaders, community engagement, and also forging partnerships with other stakeholders is also key for us to achieve our goals when it comes to climate change. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And to our online participants, if you have any feedback, you can raise your hand or just put it on the chat box. So from Chadala, the aspect of inclusion has come. The aspect of inclusion has come out very well. Yeah. And also just to add, for a very long time, a lot of funders and donors have actually been funding the ASOL areas. And areas where we come from, like Nyanza or Western Kenya region, we've actually been left behind when it comes to climate change, right? they think that us, we do not face the same issues that hustle areas are facing, right? And we all need to actually recognize that even us, we actually face similar challenges as hustle areas. Sindio? Sindio? Ama mface challenges za climate. Simeona juzi hapa Utoglo kumekuwa na snow. Ama hamjaona hiyo maneno? Ilikuwa nini? Hailstone, Yeah, so I will go straight to our next panelist. Our next panelist is Lucy Kazungu. So a quick. All right, our next panelist is Lucky Kazungu. So a quick bio. Lucky Kazungu is a plant ecologist, an environmental scientist, and a founder of Go Green Ganze initiative. Her youth led in Ganze sub-county in Kilifi, championing environmental conservation and sustainable agriculture. Kilifi is also a dry place, by the way. Yeah, it's not that fertile. So, Lucky, if you are here, I'll go straight to our first question. And the first question is, how can individuals and rural communities in Kenya better access climate information and early warning systems to prepare for extreme weather events? Is Lucky in the nini? In the room. Lucky, are you there? If you're there, you can turn on your video and wave. Back to Lucky. So, on to our next panelist, Azel Alai. Azel Alai. You can raise your hand if you are available. Okay, I'll call the next panelist, Carl. So, Carl Otoi. Carl Otoi is a Kenyan feminist organizer and digital inclusion advocate, passionate about technology, gender equality, and climate justice. As lead of Carl Digital, they use AI and digital tools to empower marginalized community, amplify grassroots storytelling, and advance equity, justice, and sustainable development. I can see Carl. Hi, Carl. You can wave. Yeah. So my first question to you is, how can individuals and local communities get involved in Kenya's climate action plans and initiatives?
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much everyone for showing up in this session today. I believe that actually climate action begins with at the community level, like having just simple steps like tree planting, sustainable farming, and waste management. These are actually things that people do that might seem small, but they are powerful when multiplied. Communities should also ensure that we take part in the country's climate change forums, and because these policies are being shaped for us, and you'd find that most of the times they do not even get the point of views of the people in the country who actually need their voices to be heard. For example, women, sometimes they're not even invited in these spaces. Sometimes they're there but not even heard. So we need also to come up with strategies while going to these policy events, because we usually go there. Why? Because we want to represent ourselves and we want to show up. But sometimes that is not enough, because just having something simple as a memorandum that we have probably as a collective will go a long way, rather than having it as, Carl carrying the whole thing up and going with it themselves. It wouldn't really work, because I think about Wangari Maathai a lot when we think about the Green Belt movement that happened. She mobilized ordinary people. She mobilized citizens, especially women, to plant millions of trees. This shows that local action can actually shape national and even global movements per se, starting it from the grassroots levels, and really go a long way than, focusing on things that to me don't just make sense. So climate change is strongest, in my opinion, when it begins with our backyards and grows into policies eventually. Thank you, Skippy.
Thank you so much, Carl. My next question is, what are the biggest barriers to accessing climate information and early warning systems for rural communities?
That's interesting. I think something that we missed in my bio was something we do at Rural Link. So technically, Rural Link is an AI company that we made it possible to use AI offline, and we were choosing this particular platform for specifically individuals who live in the rural areas and cannot be able to, access information through AI or even through technology, just because there is limited access to internet. The biggest challenge is, to me, is access, because many rural communities still face poor connectivity, still lack even devices to use, and they have unreliable power source. For instance, I come from Homa Bay, and just as we were in the meeting, we've lost electricity like twice. And you see, this is something that is barring people in the community from getting information. Information is also rarely translated in local languages that, people can understand and people can simply receive it. And on top of that, many women and young people are often left out in decision-making spaces, as I had said. So they're not the first critical updates. We have often, someone says that if climate information doesn't reach the last mile, then it fails its purpose. Yeah. So we really need to make sure that we talk about these climate change initiatives in languages that our community members can understand, because that way we can mobilize ourselves and we can actually mobilize a great number of people to really do interventions that reach onto the global movement on climate change and sustainability. So language should also never be a barrier to survival, because climate alerts must speak in every language, and also inclusion per se. Having people with disability also have this information translated in a language that they can understand. I feel like those are, some of the biggest barriers to accessing information. Thank you, Skippy.
Thank you so much, Carl. I am also a beneficiary of the Rural Link. I actually share my work with them. I am also a farmer. So if you are a farmer, you can reach out to me. I reach out to Carl. Sawa sawa? Yeah, so the next question is, how can we... So the next question is, how can we ensure that climate change policies are inclusive and address the needs of women, youth, LGBTIQ plus communities and indigenous communities?
I feel like one thing we also really need to understand is that inclusivity means more, like much more than just inviting people in a room. Yeah, it means giving people, like, real power to shape an agenda that we want to, improve as a collective or even as a community. Women, youth, even indigenous leaders should not only be consulted, but they should also be resourced, in my opinion, to implement solutions, because these policies, as I said, they are modernized right now, and they are modern science, and we need indigenous wisdom, and we need indigenous communities to actually be protected, as well as have their voices in the ecosystems for generations, and their knowledge should not be silenced, because that is what always happens. You find that we have a lot of skills, and people who are marginalized, especially sexual and gender minority persons, they usually face a lot of discrimination in terms of being led to actually push forward the agenda that is for the general community, just because of some of the perception that people have per se. So we need to make sure that we have youth activists in this forum, not just to be seen, but also to really tell us what they think and help us shape this ecosystem for us and for the future, because the future involves everyone. We're not going to say that only this particular group of people is going to be in the ecosystem in the near future, but everyone is going to be there. And for that to happen, we need to include everyone else in this spaces of climate policy change. As I said, the solutions in terms of policy that exclude women, youth, or indigenous people is not a climate solution per se to me. It's a climate risk, because excluding anyone for whatever reason is actually putting the general community at risk more than it is now.
Thank you so much, Carl, for answering the questions. And I can see the online community also wants to contribute. And we have Cyrilas and Eric Okioma. And Cyrilas, the mic is yours. You can proceed.
Okay. Do I go ahead?
Yeah,
Can go ahead?
kindly go ahead.
Hello? Yeah, actually, I just wanted to add, other than just saying about the language, I think policies, all those things are there. In fact, if you are looking at maybe our country specifically, I can say we have everything. But the problem now comes in the maybe either resources or even tools of choice for passing out that information. You see, rural areas and urban, the way you pass it, just the way you put traditional and all those kind of things, we also need tools that develop by the people and for the people, and ones that can, where we don't have power and all those kind of things like maybe flip charts using designed from a local context, so that people can understand. Because when you don't understand anything, you cannot make any decision. If you cannot read and write, they can use graphics and all those kind of things, so that somebody is able to look at and make decisions based on what he can see, or he can be asked that, what are you seeing? Then you come up with something. Definitely something will sink into one's head, and particularly in making decisions wherever that person is, because the tool of choice has to be a tool based on what environment, which people, whom are you working with. I think it is a duty for all of us, including the government, including the duty bearers even at those levels. Yeah. And then that is how we can go about. And also the other bit I can talk about is there is also a lot of apathy. Yeah. Apathy when it comes to apathy and dependency syndrome, which we must actually also take into consideration, so that we get things done in the right way. Thank you.
You have something to contribute? All right.
Yeah, I think I would like the point where he said we need to get rid of dependency syndrome. You go to a lot of spaces and you hear people need like, you know, support in terms of donor money or donor funding just to do something for themselves. So you wonder if we are going to continue doing this thing of let's wait for a donor to come so that we can start doing our projects rather than taking it up as Kenyans. You know, it's climate change and you're supposed to also be contributing to whatever everyone else is doing in the globe, but you'd hear someone say something like, let's wait for donor funding, or let's come up with a project and look for donor funding. What about if we also had our own philanthropists who can also fund these projects? Because there, as we have said, there's a lot of money in the country that can be utilized in actually making sure that there is development for our own country as well, without depending on, you know, the white folks and the colonizers, in my opinion, for this funding per se. So yeah, that is what I wanted to add on to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the contributions. Cyrilas, if you are on, the mic is yours. Cyrilas. Okay, I'll open it to our plenary. If you have any question, any contribution, any concern, you can just raise your hand.
Okay, mine is just about inclusivity, and again, working in a rural area. How is it possible when it's come to communication within rural area, since that they are working with different age groups, and already there is a challenge with communication, language barrier. Then again, how do they go about involving, what do we call them, people to do like community themselves, like law enforcers within the society? How do they go about it? Because for instance, if you are working from maybe in a rural area, there is that permission that you have to be given maybe from the chief or local whatever administration for you to go ahead and do whatever you are doing, or the campaign. Then being that there is a gap, there's a challenge with the language barrier in the age groups. So how do they go about it? And then another thing, what are the most challenges going through that they are working within the rural area compared to urban area? You know, it's a bit challenging because one, there is language barrier. Two, there is different age groups. Three, there is things to do with administration. When it comes to a rural area, you have to ask for permission for you to go ahead with the campaign you are doing. Then another thing, what are the modes of communication they are using within the rural areas so that they ensure that this information is getting into everyone, is reaching all the society within their area of operation? Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can pick all the questions, then you will address them, okay?
Did you get the questions?
No.
Not even one?
No, I was trying so hard, but I couldn't.
Let's...
Okay, my question is, the first one, how do you deal with the language barrier since that you are working within the rural area? Second, my second question is, how do you involve the community leaders, like community leaders, like administration within your local area, so that they are involved in your activities within that area? The other one was language barrier, right? Language barrier. How do you go about it? Like, for instance, you want to do a campaign within your rural area. How do you go about? What are some of your mode of communication to ensure that the information you are giving out within your area of operation is reaching out to all the expected audience which you are reaching out to? Thank you.
Did you get us now? Thank you. There is another question here.
Yeah, yeah.
Hi, Carl. I know you as a AI champion, but my question, I have a problem with the AI and how rapid AI is growing. You'll realize that in Kenya we have AI servers, and they're just minor AI servers like the ones we have in Safaricom in Nairobi. We have another one in Naivasha. As time goes by, AI is going to grow, and we're gonna need big servers in Kenya. Big servers needs to be cooled down with water, and I believe in Kenya that is the only way that we can afford to cool the AI servers in case they will be having big AI servers. This water is going to be contaminated. That is another climate change effect that is coming in future, and that is a very big threat. You as a AI, together with your fellow people that are championing for the growth of AI, how is this issues being solved when it comes to future, so that it cannot further affect climate issues?
Are we leaving anyone behind?
First, did you get that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, mine is a concern on dependency syndrome. You see, a syndrome is something which is developed over a long period of time. Let me take the example of the HIV programs. When the withdrawal of funds or the stop work order, is now when we are realizing that even the government was suffering from dependency syndrome, because the government cannot now fund the programs, and it is now the HIV people who are suffering. The government could have done, maybe if they could have, the funding from outside could have been withdrawn by the government itself long time ago, because to avoid the dependency syndrome. Now the government has depended on the donor funding until when the funding is now withdrawn, people are suffering. And also another point is the lack of linkages. Like in your, those who are coming from rural areas, you can empower them with with everything. But when it comes to other stakeholders, maybe this person didn't have a phone, this person didn't have a bank account, but a lot has been done. Amelima, akapata, harvest. Maybe the produce anataka peleke maybe kwa supermarket, but still atapata nini some challenges. Maybe reaching the supermarket to sell is goods, and maybe even to open a bank account. So you find that even the banks are sleeping on their job. Even the supermarkets, they only wait for these people, or they will look for these people during harvesting time. They don't come in maybe at the beginning of the planting season to help these farmers, because they also depend from this produce. So that's also brings a lot of this dependency. So you find yourself depending on support in every aspect of your life. Thank you.
Have you gotten the question?
Yeah, yes.
All right. So you can proceed and address them appropriately.
Okay, quite interesting questions, those ones. So I think I have a few. One is, how do we deal with language barrier? So Ruralink was specifically designed for people living in the rural areas, and it is able to speak local languages, like all the local languages in Kenya. It is able to speak it. So that is how we deal with the issue of language barriers. So if anyone wants to get information of whatever kind, they can always ask Actually, the number is 40024. So you text, let's say you want to ask AI, like AI, what is the current, global movement doing on climate change? You can as well ask that in your local language and get responses in real time in your local language. So that is how we do deal with language barrier. And then how we involve community leaders as well as administrators is that it is we are not working as an organization, we are working as a company. So this allows us to work in a business model where we are able to go to these communities as a business, but also bring impact to the community that is inclusive. So when we go to the chief barazas, for example, we educate the people on, AI first of all, because most of the people in our community do not know how AI can even help them in the first place. So we have to educate them on the use of AI before we even introduce any other concept to them. And also we make sure that we also are part of these major, community forums or decision-making platforms in terms of climate change and other niches that we work on. So like the court users committee, you'd find us in, as I've said, the community barazas, you'd find us actually engaging in outreaches just created by Rural Link specifically to educate the people on the importance of AI. That is where we even get people who are actually illiterate, if I would say, and not able to use technology or even know the benefits of them, where we are able to translate them in their local languages, where they're able to also understand and go back home and use these tools themselves. Another question that came up was AI and climate change. Yes, I know it is a problem because people, when we look at AI, we look at it like, the help that we need. It's actually helpful if you use it right. So one of the things that we are working on ourselves as Rural Link in terms of making sure that our AI does not contribute to the already a lot of carbon energy produced in the climate just because of AI is coming up with I would call them softer language models, which are able to emit like up to 0.4% of the carbon to the environment. It is quite expensive. Someone asked about the challenges. It is very expensive to make sure that AI is sustainable and even to make sure that it is inclusive for everyone. Because, these bots are created by human beings. They are trained by human beings as well. And these human beings, we are all human, and there is something in us, even as we feed in the data. There is some data that you might train the AI on, and yourself you feel, bad about it. And sometimes with the things to do with confidentiality and all, training these tools sometimes take a lot from the users who are actually using them. So to make sure that we do not drain our human resource as well as the climate that we're really fighting to make sure that people are adding on to it, is really making sure that we come up and we advocate for language models that are not just there to make business or to steal our data from us, but are also able to sustain the environment and making them have, servers that are containable rather than the ones that are actually being developed. That is a lot, like much more dangerous to the community than we even know. So the last one was probably on dependency syndrome. I believe that as Kenyans, by now we already know that this is a bad thing per se, and it sounds very lazy of us to say that we depend on these funds. I feel like we don't need them, and we have a lot of things that we can explore in our own country to make sure that we fund our own projects and we make sure that we sustain our own country. In climate change, for example, if we make sure that as a collective, like everyone who is here, we come up with strategies that are going to ensure that we get this money fast, even if it is money that we need. We get this money fast and make sure that it sustains the project as we need, and find ways to fundraising, because a lot of people are thriving in fundraising. The people who give us those fundings fundraise before they give it to us. And as we can see, with a lot of war going on, they're coming to us as, on this side is more of charity work. They're not, at this point, it's just, if they're giving us money, it's just charity, because that is the narrative that we have driven. But what if we took our power back? What if we said climate change is also affecting our country? And as people from Kisumu or as people from Kenya, we want to make sure that we start from our own perspectives. We have a lot of skills. Recently, I realized in Kenya we have a lot of skills, but they are being dispensed in other countries just because we are not able to afford them. So this also goes to us as the community, as Kenyans. Every time that we even try to go out and vote for a politician, we need to make sure that we know exactly what they're going to do there, because most of the people we put in power are politicians more than they are leaders to us. And the more they squander money, because I heard us talk about Flocker Fund. The Flocker Fund, there was a lot of saga about it in Homa Bay sometimes, just because there was a lot of money that was being pushed, but you know, the people who call themselves the big guys were the ones benefiting and not even helping the community with this money. So when we have leaders like this in projects where, if imagine that 50 million that was squandered by someone can actually do something by a community. For example, we have very great ideas here. We have people doing amazing things. What if we funded these projects ourselves and see how sustainable that will look like? We won't even need to depend on these people, because some of these strategies that we are also coming with are also making us money after all, because if we continue to make sure that our vegetation is green, we are the ones who are also going to benefit from it that at the end of the day. So we also need to create products and even create tools that not only serve the community for good, but also help us develop ourselves and improve on our livelihoods as people, because I usually think that you cannot also do charity work if you don't have the money yourself. You'll end up stealing from the people. So get your money, get your bag, and then get out there and use your money to fund these things. Because if you keep waiting for donor money, or if you keep waiting for funding, we might just end up in the gutter. Yeah. Those are the ones that I got, Skippy.
Right, thank you so much. I can see the online community is also contributing, and we have one contribution from Joyce Adhiambo. Joyce says that we also need to look into sustainable solutions to climate change and justice. And we have one question from Flo. Flo is asking, apart from AI, are there any other strategies you use to strengthen climate information services for the rural community? And I can also see Chadala CBO. Chadala says, just to share a little bit of the work we do in climate justice as commitment members of the global network of civil society for disaster reduction, kindly find attached below our stories of impact. That one you can look later. And Eric Okioma also, in Nyalenda B, climate change affects the poor and marginalized the most, leading to floods, diseases, food shortage, and the loss of homes. Farming and food security are heavily disrupted as floods destroy crops, while heat and unpredictable weather reduce harvest, making daily survival even harder. Business is also disrupted, especially for women in open markets whose goods are destroyed by floods or spoiled by extreme heat. And this indirectly affects entire households that depends on their income. Many families depend on short-term aid, which creates dependency and sometimes apathy when their voices are not heard. True justice means involving the community in solutions through tools like community-led monitoring and open dialogue with leaders. Clear communication in local languages like radio, social media, and community meetings helps both rural and urban residents understand and take part, while protecting the vulnerable and giving them the power to lead in building resilience. I believe Eric is addressing the lived realities, challenges of climate change, and also giving alternative solutions. So, Carl, you can proceed.
I think the question from Flo is something I had talked about, but maybe I would say them in a list. Some of the other strategies that we use apart from AI is just a tool that helps us to get there. some of the things that we do is we have community barazas, as I'd said, and we have community champions who go and teach the community about these resources. And also we send push messages actually to our users once in a week, teaching them on, things that facts that people need to know, but sometimes they don't know about climate change, and basically every other niche that they subscribe to. And we have also radio talk shows with the local radio stations in Homa Bay. Now we have Girwa FM, who is a very good partner, and has also helps us in communicating about climate change, and also about AI and climate change in our local language, which is the Luo, right here in Homa Bay. So yeah.
I believe you've actually addressed all the questions, and 3 key highlights from Kel.
What have you taken home or taken away from Carl's presentation? Anyone?
Thank you, Carl, for the amazing work that you're doing. One thing that really stood out for me was taking AI offline, which is something really interesting, and I'm looking forward to what you guys have. Thank you.
What was the number again? Now that you brought it up, what was the number? The number Carl said you can text from your phone directly and
40024.
40024. Take that home, so that wale wenye hawajui English na Kiswahili can also start using it. 4001 40024.
Okay, my take-home point is just that SMS platform. Even I've tried it here. They have given me feedback, and they are asking, how can I help you today? So it means that this a link which can be used in any mobile phone, not necessarily a smartphone, because maybe smartphones are expensive, so many people cannot buy it. But this is, if it is just a SMS one, it means that it can be accessed through even the simplest phone around. So that one will reduce the barrier, because any cheap phone can be used. Thank you very much.
Mimi nimeshikwa, like I'm more interested, like after hearing about the AI having like a possibility of using local languages, which I think is a really nice thing to deal with when it comes to language barrier in dealing with climate change and its effect on people. And I think that's a really nice thing. Yeah.
The third one. You needed 3 takeaways. There are 3. Okay, so.
Thank you so much, Carl, for the amazing work you are doing. And also to the online community, you can actually drop your key highlight from Carl's presentation. And we can applaud Carl and Dominic.
Thank you.
I'll move straight to our next panelist, Hazel. Hazel Alai. I'll give a short bio of the work they do. Hazel Alai is an environmentalist passionate about conservation with a strong focus on community education and extension services. So Hazel, you can turn on your video and wave to the participants. Hazel. Hazel, you can unmute.
Hello.
Hello, we can
Hello.
hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, this is Hazel. I work with the county government of Kisumu. Sorry, I'm not able to switch my video on because of where I am. I'm actually on transit. So I work with county government of Kisumu as an environmentalist, and just looking at the key highlights of the day, which I've missed most of it, talking about issues of climate justice, which basically is equitable access to wealth opportunities and privileges for all groups. And I believe the most vulnerable groups in terms of climate change would be women, youth, and then the older persons with disability, because women tend to interact so much with the environment. They're the ones who look for water, they go fetching firewood, while the other gender is usually out, maybe looking for other sources of funds. So they're the most affected. And in terms of disaster, the persons with disability would be now the most vulnerable group. And now, looking at initiatives that the government do in terms of trying to, have a level ground for all these groups, not focusing on equality, but rather equity. If you have a cast tool, and then you have someone who is short and the other one is tall, you don't give all of them the same level of that tool so that they see the other side. You're the one who is shorter, you elevate them. The one who is taller, you elevate them a little, so that we are operating on a fairer ground for all groups. So maybe the moderator, if there are direct questions, but those are just my remarks, hoping that I'm not so much out of topic.
Yeah, you are not, and thank you so much for highlighting that. So I'll just go straight to the question. And my first question to you is, what is the most significant climate change challenges facing Kenya today, such as drought, floods, and food security? I have highlighted some, so you can also highlight some from your side and briefly explain. You can proceed.
I think most of them, all the three you've mentioned are intertwined, but the ripple effect would be on food security, because it starts with drought, and then the extreme events now of flood, which is the opposite of drought, again is going to destroy the basis of food security. But now the effect after is usually food. So it means if we are not adapting or mitigating the effects of drought and floods, then we are going to end up not having food on our table. So the most felt, the immediate is drought and floods, but the aftermath is usually now food. And now when you're not able to put food on the table, it translates to other social ills like crime and all that. So all climate interventions, of course, in as much as we are conserving, we are looking at the aspect of livelihood, so that we put food on the table. So people who have food to eat are more productive, and then they are able to take care of the environment to try to mitigate or adapt to the effects of climate change. So I'd go with food security as an effect of the two.
All right, thank you so much for also explaining that. And to my next question is, how can Kenya leverage its renewable energy potential to combat climate change and drive economic growth?
So on issues of energy, which is what we use on a daily basis, from the basics of lighting, heating, and all that, and going green has always been the, I don't know if I could say the mantra, but going green is, what everyone is looking at. And also we are not encouraging those other sources of energy like, coal that is going to have more effects on climate change. So what we need to do to make sure that our renewable energy sources are replenished or kept at their optimal level to serve the populace is basically through community involvement. The problem starts from the ground. So in as much as Kenya is one of those countries who have the best policies, but now implementation is sort of an up-bottom rather than bottom-up. So looking at these bottom-up strategies, it start involving communities at the local level to, so that we are maintaining or enhancing the renewable energy sources. And I would say that in communities where I would say they are energy efficient, there are interventions that they have really tried to enhance. I know we might never, or we will never eliminate something like fuel wood, especially now that even the tea industry, the main source of energy is the fuel wood. But now if you're looking at areas around Kericho, you see the way they are having their trees that are planted in phases so that they are not in short supplies of, maintaining the tea industry. So at these local levels, and I believe we have seen even in our supermarkets, the basic thing like having this energy saving jikos that is, reducing the amount of fuel load that we reduce in heating. And then also, Kefri had done some research on a species of acacia that matures after 8 years. So, bringing in research again into this so that we are having our sources of energy replenished so that we are not in short supply. Because now if you don't have a constant supply, what people will do is go and degrade more to try and sustain, and then at the end of the day, we don't have what is fueling us. And then another effect would be people will resort to stealing. If you've exhausted your energy base, which is your trees that you have, you go and take your neighbors. So that's another, the injustices that come about when we are not operating in a sustainable way. So we need to involve our communities, but empower them, capacity build them, and then also leverage on these research institutions that are there, like our institutions of higher learning, and then also encourage adoption of this new energy saving technology. Solar will always be there, so that we are reducing over reliance on other natural resources. So I believe the strategies are in place. We just need a lot more of capacity building backed up by research. And then, of course, with capacity building, we try to meet the community, if not halfway, quarterway. You capacity build them properly, also include the aspect of financial literacy for you to benefit maybe from the government in terms of having an energy saving cook stove, for example. We want you to have a small percentage so that when your cook stove or any other source of energy, let's say solar, is faulty, you're not going back to the same government to do for you maintenance. You know that it is yours, you own it. Yeah, that would be my contribution.
Thank you so much, Azel. My last question is, what role does climate finance play in supporting Kenya's climate adaptation and mitigation efforts?
Thank you for the question. So, climate financing has come in a big way to try and address the vulnerabilities of different communities. Most of the counties have benefited from the FLOCA fund, financing locally led climate actions. So there are minimum access conditions that were supposed to be met by these various counties for them to benefit from this fund, and that included having a climate change policy, which Kisumu County has, and Kisumu County actually has a Directorate of Climate Change. And then there are also committees that are ward-based. So in these committees, they come up with projects in their most vulnerable area. If maybe their area of vulnerability is access to water, or maybe wanting to boost food security, or addressing some disaster. Let's say they're addressing a disaster, maybe something like floods, which is interfering with their road network and inhibiting them to get their produce to the market. Then now they focus on something like that. So these funds come directly to this at the ward level, which could be across 2-3 wards, but at the ward level to address their most vulnerable. So they actually prioritized. If there was water, if they wanted to concentrate on something livelihood like poultry, or let's say any value chain with regards to any crop, would be maybe fruit tree farming or rice or something. And then another priority would be a road network that is enhancing, their produce, accessing the market early. So on their priority list, what they want to start with maybe would be water, so that maybe they are able to, boost irrigation or putting up an irrigation structure. So having this climate finance has really helped the local communities to the grassroots level to be able to have projects that are searching them in the community. They are most vulnerable, need in terms of climate change effect. And then another bit is the government also has to, contribute a percentage of this, which is called now a matching fund. So climate financing is really a good move towards helping our communities at their grassroots levels, because again they are the ones who are feeding into the various value chains. Whatever food which is imported outside the country are just coming from these are very local communities. The coffee that people do, the tea, it's the community person is the one who's at the start of that value chain before it goes to processing and export.
Thank you so much, Hazel. Climate finance is usually a little bit complex. Thank you for also highlighting that. And now I will give the mic to our plenary and our online participants. If you have any question, any concern, or any contribution, you can raise your hand and we'll give you the mic.
Yeah, thank you so much, Hazel. And I'm glad that I am meeting you here. My name is Karen. I am from East Kano, Wawidi Ward, and I have been one of the climate champions in that ward. I have heard you putting the effects according to the way you maybe the way you arrange them, and I heard you talk about post floods, drought, then food security, and then you zeroed in to the most effect. You zeroed into food security. So my question is that the reason why the county government always, when we have floods in let's say in my ward, let me talk to my ward, when we have floods in East Kano, is that the reason why you immediately bring food for us because of food security? Is food security an immediate or an aftermath, as you have talked? Because actually it was very clear that it was an after or post floods. There is that is my first question.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, can I respond?
We were requesting that you take all the questions, then you respond at once. Is that okay, Hazel? Hazel, is that
Yes, yes,
okay?
can.
Okay.
Yes, I'm just.
Okay, I also have another question in terms of post floods. As people on the ground, what you're talking about post floods, we don't really see the post flood actions taking place, because actually what happens during before, during, and the floods, we normally see it, and we see the work of the government through the ward committees that you're talking about. But in terms of floods, post floods, we've not seen. We've seen the let's say the evacuation centers not working very well. They are not well maintained. They are not well serviced. We've also seen, let's say, like the schools that are being used. We have seen health issues happening in those schools. We have seen some of our girls even dropping out of schools through the whatever is happening in those evacuation center. Is there anything the county government is doing in terms of the issue of post floods? Because we have seen even people dying because of the toilets that are failing up. Like in the last flood, we lost a girl, a Form 3 girl in Ahero, and we are climate champions, and we would want to see the county government, let's say, like reacting on post floods. Thank you.
Another question? Another question? Hazel, I just have a quick question too. You, in your presentation, you are talking about green economy, so you can also elaborate.
Hello? Yeah, the last question is talking about green. Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, I actually said going green, not really green economy. So by going green, I just meant us concentrating on renewable sources of energy. That is now the green, going green. That is the green. That is what I mean by green. Whatever is from the environment. We are encouraging use of renewable energy sources that can always be replenished by us, trying to maintain the environmental natural resource at their optimal level. So that is why I delved much on fuel wood, which is mostly used by us. And by trying to sustain the green, then we are doing continuous planting. And I gave an example of the tea industry, which is reliant on fuel wood to process the tea. And I gave an example of Kericho. As you pass, you can always see the trees are sort of in phases. They're the ones maturing, they're the ones coming up, so that, their industry is not stopping because they don't have continuity. So that is what I meant by green. And then if I could move to the first question that was asked, the question was around there's drought, there's flood, and then there's food security. So the moderator had asked the effect, what is the one that is affected most by climate change, and I said that there's drought, then there's flood, but now the after effect of this usually translates to food security. So if you don't mitigate or adapt to these effects of climate change, like drought and
and floods, then we are going to end up with no food on our table. So interventions around droughts, because I believe, like my sister who's from East Kanawha, I remember when we were doing some exercise with Department of Agriculture, the most effect was actually drought. So what do we do if we have long periods of drought? Then now we'll be concentrating on fast maturing crops to try and adapt to that condition. So yes, drought comes fast, but the after effects is usually translating to food security, and likewise to floods. The floods come, and then if you are having maybe your crops planted during that time, and especially those communities that are around the lake, I would say the wards of Kabanga, Kamagwal, and maybe part of Kubura, floods coming at that time, and people are having their rice at that stage, then all the crops is gone. And now there have been interventions from other departments that they're able to access water throughout the year, so that they're not just doing one crop, just to try and make sure they have food all year round. So the seasons that they're not planting rice, they're doing these vegetables that mature in a short while, so that now there's no gap in terms of food. So then another interesting question was that me having highlighted that the after effect of drought and floods being food security, and that is why maybe the government, during their intervention, they come with food. Actually, let me highlight also that there is a response. So there is a Department of Disaster that is basically doing response. But now the Department of Agriculture and Environment are doing interventions pre-floods or pre-drought, preventative. So there is the preventative and then there is the response. So for the response team, coming with blankets and mosquito nets or the chlorine to try and sort issues of water treatment and all that. That is not just part of response. But I would talk as a conservation person, I would be talking on the preventative side. What are we doing? Because the drought and floods are things that are there with us. What are we doing to adapt to these situations? If floods is too much in an area, then are we doing now raised gardens? So that now even when the flood comes, we are not so much affected. At least we have a little bit of our vegetables to eat and even surplus to sell. And then she talked about evacuation centers, not having now the necessary facilities, I would say, and issues of health again. That it's usually a multi-stakeholder response team when it comes to disaster. So there's health. They usually give those, I think, chlorine tabs, mosquito nets, and all that. And then national governments through the commissioner's office and the chiefs usually come in strongly. So I know I'll talk about maybe what has been done from our end. But these are areas of improvement that will be highlighted to those other departments for improvement purposes. And at the worst, in case of any disasters, fatalities should not be there. But sometimes the lady has highlighted that there was a fatality of one school-going child. And I talk about 2 evacuation centers that were done by NEMA through adaptation fund. These evacuation centers were done, one in Masogo, that would be Kobura ward, and then one is done in Ombaka, that is a Ahero ward. And they are quite up to standard. And then there's another evacuation center that is also currently being done, courtesy of this climate financing. So those are areas of improvement that are supposed to be, highlighted to those concerned departments that deal with response. And I'd just like to encourage us that before floods, before droughts, before any disaster, we try and concentrate on the preventative side by, looking at interventions or enterprises that keep us going. Not everyone is able to move to the higher lands, but when we are at these lowlands that are affected by floods, how are we adapting so that we don't, we are able to bounce back after the effects of drought and floods? I don't know if I've sufficiently covered the question. So if there's no any other question, I could request to log out because I'm on transit. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Carbon tu ndo imetupitia, si ndio? So nani anaweza elaborate hiyo carbon sasa? What do we mean by carbon as we wait for Kazungu? Carbon in that sentence, what could it be meaning? Yes.
In terms of carbon, I think it really tackles the gases from the industries that can really affect the surrounding of the people around the industry area. Yeah.
See, it just comes from the word carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, carbon ginene, sinizo. Just carbon. So it depends on the sentence, where has it been used? So you just grasp it from there. So Lucky is back, not yet. Then we can have a discussion, all of us, based on the questions that our speaker was going to tackle, right?
Immediately before having a quick discussion, there is a general question, and this goes to everyone, but the panelists will address it first, then it will be open to the plenary. Okay? So the general question, okay, Royal has actually highlighted something on carbon footprints. Carbon footprints generally is what we term as pollution forms. Okay? So the question is on intersectional climate change, and how can an intersectional approach ensure that climate action is inclusive, just, and responsive to the needs of the most vulnerable groups? Should I repeat? How can an intersectional approach ensure that climate action is inclusive, just, and responsive to the needs of the most vulnerable groups. So my panelists will address the question, then I'll open it to the plenary to also give their answers on the same. All right, Royal has answered. Ensuring that green jobs and industries are accessible to LGBTIQ plus individuals. Dominical, you can also answer the question.
I didn't hear clearly.
The question was, how can we ensure that intersectional approach is just, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of the most vulnerable groups?
If I got it right, how can we ensure the intersectional approach is inclusive and responsive to the needs of the most vulnerable groups?
Yes, yes.
I think we really need to also make sure that it is human-centered. I believe when we create things that are human-centered and for human beings, and making sure that diverse groups are also involved in the intersectional spaces that we are trying to come up with, that is when the voices of every person is going to be heard. So if we make it human-centered in the design of how we want things to look like in the implementation, as well as checking if the product worked well or even the project is worth it, I think we need to make sure and ensure that it is always human. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Carl. Participants, you can also answer the question.
Oh, Emmanuel, I added up something up here.
Okay. Really saying ensuring that green jobs and industries are accessible to LGBTQ individuals, supporting queer-led initiatives such as urban gardens, sustainable cooperatives, and eco-friendly art projects that create local, resilient economies. Thank you so much, Rod. So going to my contribution, when we have an intersectional approach to climate action, will also entails targeting how, or rather knowing how different communities or different groups are affected by climate change. So if we know how different communities are affected by climate change, and also have that information, now coming up with the strategies to combat the climate change effects is going to be easy and possible, because now we will know how, like, if queer people are affected this way, how are we going to tackle this? If the elderly are affected this way, how are we going to tackle this? If the women are affected this way, how are we going to tackle this? Now also looking into intersectional will also come in the sense that climate change, in human rights, like in advocacy spaces, we always say that many of these things are interconnected. Now if we talk about climate action or climate change, there's that aspect of SRHR. When you talk about SRHR, there's also that aspect of other things as well, feminism and all that. So if we take an intersectional approach, basically we also know, like, how is climate change or climate action related to SRHR? How is SRHR
related to feminism and all that. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Dominic raised their hand. So, Dominic, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much, Liz. I had one opinion in regards to your question, and I think I've written it in the chat, and I was like, by promoting community solutions, we are able to make sure that climate justice is being intersectionally by, like, when you are promoting grassroots organizations to tackle their own problems, they are able at least to mitigate, because different people are affected by different climate challenges. Like, for instance, you can't say that someone from the South regions is experiencing the same climate change impacts with someone maybe from Tanzania or someone from Nairobi County, because these are actually very different. So people with lived experiences are able to mitigate or come up with solutions to mitigate these climate challenges. So by promoting community-led solutions, we are able to at least, yeah, sure. Thank you. My opinion.
All right. Thank you so much, Dominic.
Yeah, I think we can also adopt the nothing for us without us mantra, because now we really need community engagement, because now we have unequal burdens, and of course we have different approaches also for different groups of needs with their diverse needs. So basically having just community engagement will go a long way for us to ensure that all the stakeholders have been brought on board. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are we leaving anyone? All right, I will hand over the mic to my co-moderator, Dagi. You can proceed.
We are trying so much to ensure that we finish at 2 ama tupite dakika kidogo. So now that we've not been able to get Lucky back, I just want to give a presentation on the questions that the speaker was going to handle. There's a comment from Carl. We should also remember that grassroots organizations are not just beneficiaries of climate action, they are the architects of the real solutions. That is true. So after this, then my colleague will start the action plan part, right? Tuko sawa? So the first question that Lucky was going to handle was access to climate information and early warning system. Many rural communities in Kenya face challenges in getting timely climate information. Without updates on rainfall, drought, or storms, farmers cannot plan planting or harvesting well. Some of the solutions that are there is to strengthen local radio, community alerts, and mobile-based apps to be providing these informations early. Kitambo tulikuwa na weather forecast. Siku hizi bado ziko kwa news kweli? Ilitolewa, si ndio? Bado ziko? Begintie ya. In the morning. In our local TV station, Summer International. Nitie? Okay, sawa. Train community leaders to act as climate information ambassadors. This is what Shinners is trying to do. Because once you have the information, then you can also assist in disseminating this information, right? Like now, we have an AI that is not online, that is offline, right? So even our nyanya back home, ana type tu hapo na Kijaluo, koth bro chwe karango. Sindio? Na AI inamwambia tu hapo vizuri. The second question that was supposed to be tackled is barriers to participation for women, youth, and indigenous communities. Climate decisions often exclude women, youth, and indigenous voices. That had already been stated earlier with explanation, right? These barriers include lack of representation in decision-making tables. I just had a quick one. When our current president took over, aliweka climate change mitigation as one of the key priority areas. Before was it an UN session? You remember? And he really gave an extensive talk about climate change and what can be done both locally for Kenya, in Africa, and globally. You remember that discussion immediately after taking over? And he was really hailed for having been very bold in pinpointing where he felt the problem was internationally and making Africans pay for it. Who remembers that kind of discussion? That discussion is what made him be a darling amongst African presidents. Then he gave that role to which office? It was not a ministerial office. He gave that role to a specific office to handle climate change issues in Kenya. Who remembers? Due to time, I'll tell you. He gave it to the office of the First Lady. Was the one who was going to handle climate change issues within Kenyan territory. That office was disbanded through Gen Z. You remember? After that, who knows where this office now lies? Who is responsible for climate change issues within Kenya? The daughter. Really? Let us be fair to the president. The daughter is not there.
Hypothetically, I think it's the daughter, cause if you're a climatic ambassador champion, for example, me and Keta, if you go for things to do with climate change, it's just Charlene Ruto, Charlene Ruto, Charlene Ruto. So I think the office was
the good word that you use is hypothetically. Yes.
Okay, just to second what he said, I think there was also a time when I don't know if it was the First Lady who bought some plot of land in Kakamega Forest or something. I think it was around that time that also the Gen Zs were all over the president's neck. So while he at least disbanded that idea, but I think he passed it down to the daughter, because now it was the daughter being vocal about the climate change after that. So I support him.
Now what we are doing is rumors. That is how rumors spread. Okay.
Initially, just as you said, it was given to First Lady. Currently, I think I'm not thinking, but logically, the ministry that should be dealing with the matters of climate change should be related with the Ministry of Environment, together with how do you call it? Together forestry and water and sanitation, but simply the ministry that should engage with climate change issues in the government ministry is environment and forestry, because they much interconnected and closely interconnected.
Thank you. Now that is, you still want to say something?
Yeah. After that, the agenda was given to the KFS, the Kenya Forest Service. Yeah.
Okay. Now the reason why I brought that, I don't want to say I have the right answer. That is for us to go think about. But the reason why I brought it up for us to discuss is because we are talking about barrier to participation for women, youth, and indigenous communities. It is just logical and common sense that chances are high that if the office of the First Lady proceeded with this agenda, then these communities could have been considered, because our public system, as we know it, already discriminates this community. So whichever ministry it has been taken to, whichever department it has been taken to, then this continues to be a challenge. You get that? That office of the First Lady, it operates independently outside the public system. So that we lost an opportunity there for these indigenous communities to be considered. Sawa. So that is why I was asking it. So where it has gone to, it is for us to take home and go and find out. Limited access to finance and technology, cultural and social barriers. Some of the solutions could be capacity building, that is training women and youth leaders, like what now Shinners is doing. Inclusive policies that ensure marginalized communities are part of climate planning. Once we get this information, when we go to action plans, how do we ensure that we use the knowledge that we have to influence policy, to bring to the attention of the policy makers that indigenous communities, women and youths need to be considered. There is something that the AG said, last one, yes, is it yesterday or the other day, that them as the office of the Attorney General, they are working round the clock to ensure that they include the Gen Zs in their office. But they are facing challenges, because one of them is to ensure that they change the time system of the public service. Did anyone come across that statement from the AG? You came across it. So what does that tell you? If the Attorney General can say that for Gen Zs to be employed in her office, then what is working in the public system can no longer work. Food for thought, right? Yes. Making climate solutions inclusive. That was the third and the last session for our speaker. Climate solutions should not only focus on technology, but also on equity and justice. For example, when introducing solar projects, ensure low-income households can access them. Climate-smart agriculture projects should be tailored for smallholder farmers, not just large-scale ones. At the beginning, when Okioma was starting early in the morning, there is a picture he posted about smart agriculture, and the person who was in that picture was him, right? Then that is what he's doing at his level, Sindio, as Okioma. Then he went ahead and said he has the knowledge on how FLOCA can be found and how ward access funds can be found, right? Then he went ahead and said that as an individual you cannot access these funds. Meaning they are being given to large-scale contractors. Do you know contractors don't work? They go to the field and say, ndio kinataka kufanya hivi, leo jioni tunafaa kuwa tumefika pale. Then he goes and stays, then comes back in the evening, right? What about someone who is hands-on? Who should be given that money? The hands-on person, Cindy. And already our policy is saying in that system of financing that is not being given to individual. So what if all of us become contractors to get this fund? Then who is going to do the work? Food for thought. Any question? And remember, these questions is for all of us. So you ask a question and we all answer together. There's a comment here. Also, there is high level of mental health challenges and violence through increase of social tension, since the queer community is already targeted and prone to face violence in both domestic and public spaces. There is a lack of legal recognition of gender identity, relationships, and families of the LGBTI community, whereby we can't claim compensation, land, housing, or humanitarian aid. Plenary session for feedback or question on the 3 areas I've just tackled. Remember, we have to maintain the same status quo in terms of 3 responses after presentation. So we have to say something from those 3. What is your takeaway, Basi? Let me ask that from my presentation. What have you taken away?
Inclusivity. When we are tackling the climate change, we should then involve everybody, because it affects everybody, not that if you are general population, LGBT, as we were discussing previously in the morning, we should all come together.
Yes, another one? Put a mic up on belly, then this one.
Yeah, I think my takeaway home is when it comes to climate change, then it is the responsibility of everyone. And I'm actually driving this from the fact that you said that what Shiners is doing today, actually just training the youth leaders, so that even as we are going outside there, we are also imparting this knowledge and cascading it to some of our beneficiaries, and also just to ensure that they're also part and parcel, because it's something that we need to do it as a united front. So everyone has a responsibility when it comes to climate change.
Okay, on access to information and maybe early warning signs, it should not only be based on mobile phones and SMS alerts only. It should be extensive. It should be, we should have climate champions within our communities who should get those information much earlier, so that they can do a one-on-one interaction with the community.
Thank you. Those are 3 comments. So I'll hand over the mic to my colleague. Easy.
All right, thank you so much. I can also see a comment from Royal. It is the responsibility of all citizens to adopt more sustainable lifestyles related to consumption, waste disposal, and energy use, since a single step changes a large sum. We've actually come to the end of our forum or our discussion, and I want to say that we cannot leave this room without highlighting our action plans, right? We've actually had rich discussions from everyone, from our panelists and also from our participants, right? So we have actually highlighted 7 key areas for our action plans, and this one we are all going to do together. And this goes to our physical participants and our virtual participants. For the virtual participants, you can drop it on the chat box or just raise your hands. Are we in agreement? Yeah, so I'll go straight to our first action plans, and these are action plans that we are all highlighting, and moving forward we want to see change. We are not here to actually tick boxes. Shiners are not here to waste their resources. This is a stepping stone to actually getting actionable results in regards to climate change. Sawa sawa. So I want your contributions to this. So the first action plan is actually on climate smart agriculture. We all know about climate smart agriculture. And do we know about regenerative agriculture? Yes? You know. Alright, biggie.
According to me, I think it's just doing agriculture for at least earning something on it. So you're doing it just for business to generate capital and also to employ fellow youths and
All right, and just to add on Biggie's point, on regenerative agriculture is actually sustainable. Siji, let me explain in Kiswahili. There is this breed of sukuma wiki that if you plant it and you go pluck it from your shamba, it grows. Anytime you pluck it, it grows. Anytime you pluck it, it grows. So those are examples of innovative and creative solutions that we need to delve in while dealing with issues to do with climate smart agriculture. Sawa sawa. So I want to actually get to know the action plans that we will be using moving forward from this forum.
I just want to reinstate that the way you can look at it so that the points can flow for you, what Shiners has done is to train us or impact knowledge on us as Shiners climate change ambassadors. Venye tuko hapa. When Shiners is asked in any forum that do you have your climate change ambassadors, then we are the ones. Sawa. So based on that, what we are formulating here is action plan that we as ambassadors under the umbrella of Shiners, how do we move forward in these areas?
Starts with us. Yes.
I think one step we should look into is domestic resource mobilization, because as you can see, our foreign aid is no longer working for us, and if it is to some little extent. It is not serving everybody. So going forward, we should look into domestic resource mobilizing. Yeah. But we could link it to climate smart agriculture in the sense that for those who are always applying for the grants to do this kind of innovative agriculture, yeah, so if they're applying for these grants and they're not getting them, so we could domestically resource mobilize to do those kind of projects. If one has a project and they're looking for and they don't have access to those grants, Harambe, GoFundMe, and all that.
Yeah, and also to add, we should not also wait for the government. As much as we fundraise, we can also friend-raise. Right? Like, for instance, we are in this room 30 individuals, right? We can actually friend-raise. I can come up with this financial resource. What's your pronoun here? He can come up with this human resource and work on the same cause, right? So we can move from fundraising to friend raising. Sawa sawa? Yeah.
Yeah, apart from that, we can also, let's say, like fundraise, yeah, or even friend raise using our organization, because we come from different organizations. We can do it in a basket. Now that we have been told that we are ambassadors, I thank God I have gotten a new cape today, yeah, on top of my CV. Yeah? Now that we've been told that we are ambassadors and Shiners, we can use Shiners to fundraise as a basket. Yeah? But sasa sisi, we are part and parcel using our organization, which is very easy and attracts more funding when it comes to, like, if we work many of us, like I come from very far, so when Shiners receive the funding, then I implement where I am, but the receiver and the host is Shiners.
Yeah, thank you so much. That one also takes us to collaborative efforts, right? Yeah. Anyone?
Um, when I came here at first, I had no idea about smart agriculture, right? And right now, sitting here, I have an idea of what smart agriculture is and how it's helpful to the climate change. So since we are only 30 of us here, the ambassadors, I think we should be going out there creating more awareness and yeah, teaching those who are not aware of what is there and then maybe helping them to get to it. Come our call. Like say, what should I say? Like if they are not aware, that is, give them the knowledge and the benefits of smart agriculture in a nini. Yeah, to climate change.
All right. I'll also give an addition on the same. Initially I told you I am a farmer, right? And you can reach out to me. I give pro bono training. I have a demo farm in Manyata. So if you want to learn more on climate smart agriculture, regenerative agriculture, hire me sawa sawa. Also to my online community, you can reach out to me. Sawa sawa? Yes. All right, from Royal, with the increase of TB cases in Kenya, which intersects greatly with climate change, mitigation and events, let's make use of the iMonitor app to locate the nearest healthcare facilities and report issues in case a climate event hits your location and can't access services nor medication. Then the solution gets tackled as an innovative approach, because well, a healthy nation helps curb a future change for climate events. Sawa sawa? There's another one from Josephine. Climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a reality affecting our daily lives. Food security, health and livelihoods are all at risk. What we need most is collective action, stronger policies, climate smart agriculture, renewable energy adoption, and empowering communities to adopt. Everyone has a role to play, from governments to individuals. Together we can turn the tide. Yeah, I'd say that when we talk about climate smart agriculture, it's actually dimensional, because also the issues of financial liberty also comes out, right? It is also a form of IGA. Cindy? Yeah. So I'll go straight to our next action plan. So we will tackle renewable energy. Renewable energy. We all understand what renewable energy is.
Remember what we talked about, what renewable energy is, right? Yeah, so under renewable energy as a priority area, what can we do as ambassadors? For example, there's a point here that was made that creating awareness about smart agriculture should be a priority area, right? Should cut across, for example. So it means this is also cutting across here. There are people who don't know what renewable energy is, Cynthia. So we need to be creating awareness under that. So what else?
I can make an addition. We can also make renewable energy accessible and affordable to all. And when we are talking about renewable energy, it should also be clean energy so that we can also avoid issues of pollution, right?
And also we are here representing different organizations, and we know that in our different organizations the truth is we use electricity, right? And most of our organizations, when the electricity goes out, you have a generator to come in, right? Now when you're talking about renewable energy, we should start like ambassadors representing different organizations. We should start by leading by examples. If we can install solar panels in organizations instead of using our generators. Yeah.
Thank you.
Under renewable energy, we can also look into getting, for example, an organization like Shiners, if they can get those opportunities where we go there, we have workshops where they teach you how to make, unajua zile makaa, then inakuanga na hiyo vumbi, yeah, and then there's a way they make it na inakuwa makaa tena, and then you can cook with it. So if you can get access to such workshops where we can learn how to make those, and then we can be avoiding pollution na hizo charcoal what? Charcoal briquettes, yes.
Is a comment from Chadala CBO. We need to build climate literacy, rethink food system by reducing food waste, encourage and support sustainable farming while strengthening healthcare systems for climate-related risk like disease spread, and also we have to support local climate change initiatives by tracking progress and holding the government and NGOs accountable. Talking about food waste, do we all know that we can actually convert food waste to organic manure? All right.
Emmanuel, there's something that is actually eating up my mind when we come to the mitigation solution, because we see a lot of counties taking the lead when it comes to tree planting. You know how I wish like people would voice up in regards to the tree planting into being given the seeds for fruits, you know, something that will actually benefit you at the end. Unapanda miti lakini pia unapata matunda, so sustainability pia hapo is actually looked into.
Thank you, Royal. Are we locking someone? Then we'll go to the next one, which is water management. Water management, blue economy. All right, I think the only constant actionable plan that will cut across all these is actually building knowledge, sindio? Yeah. So, tuendele, the next point.
We can grasp. Climate change. How do you link water and climate change? look at it in terms of drought and flood. Then get an action point. How do we move as ambassadors?
In terms of water management, when, for example, in some arid areas, if I may say, there is a time when there is rain, much rain that can make them store much water that can sustain them in future for human beings in that area and some animals, so that they may not be affected when there is a drought.
Asante.
I also think this is where we need to also engage the stakeholders. We need to know the forums that now as the ambassadors nafaa tufungue macho kama kuna forum where we can be able to meet the leaders, because for us to, the way the facilitator is putting it in terms of drought and flooding, so if it's flooding we can have an example. Look at sehemu kama Budalangi. Compare Budalangi venye ilikuwa kitambo na sahii ni different kabisa. They have done a lot of work there. So if they can also do that in areas zetu za Ahero, then just as my colleague has said, the semi-arid areas, I think sometimes it is being politicized, because as a country we can develop a budget for those areas so that we can build water catchment areas. We can be able to build for future use. Maji ikipotea, because climate change iko na sisi. We need to strategize. How are we going to conserve this water? Ikikuja mingi, how are we going to make use of it? Isituumize but itusaidie. Yes.
Thank you. I can add something, and we have a farming system called hydroponic gardens. So this farming system can actually, it has a water retention capacity that can actually goes for 2 weeks without you watering it. So we can also adapt such innovative and creative farming systems. Sindio? Yeah, mkuje lessons. Hydroponic gardens. The fourth one was community awareness, and I believe we've actually talked about it so much. The same way Shiners is doing awareness on climate change, has as climate change ambassadors, we should also go out there and do the same. Sawa sawa? Ile time yenye mko huko nje na your homeboys, your homegirls, you can actually delve into such conversations on climate change as ambassadors, because climate change is here, and we face lived realities. So we should start having these conversations at household level and at the grassroots level. Sawa sawa? Royal is asking, how do we get access to it? You can inbox me. We'll talk about policy and advocacy. This is very crucial, by the way, policy and advocacy. It is the fourth action plan
just wanted to stress on a point that my friend Ted has said. This storage of water should not only apply for areas that we are giving examples to, like Ahero. Here in town, we are used to getting water from the tap. Sindio? Siku hizi rainwater zinaenda hivyo bure. In large volumes. Why don't we sensitize either the landlords or even just yourself? Kuna wenye wameishi kwa manyumba zenye mshaishi hapo for more than 10 years. Na ile time yenye hakuna maji, hata wewe huna maji. Kwa unajua unaenda kuishi kwa nyumba for long, why don't you just get a tank, uanze ku harvest maji, ikue yako. You can even sell it to your people kwa compound. Sasa ile hakuna mvua na hakuna maji. Si ndio? Now when you are leaving that place, utoke na tank yako if the landlord doesn't want to refund you. So it's not about areas zenye tayari have serious problems. Hata sisi hapa we have problems. Time ya show, si hakunanga maji Kisumu. Si ndio? By the reason inakuanga nini? Divert. Does it mean Kenya Kisumu hatuna maji enough to sustain us and the show? Then it's not only that problem does not only apply to Ahero, right? And Kano region. So even us as ambassadors, let us try and inform these guys to harvest the rainwater.
So under policy and advocacy, information is power, knowledge is power. So as ambassadors, let's create awareness to people out there when you want information, because tunaweza sema climate change ina to affect, but we have people who don't even understand how or what they can do to combat the same. So let's create awareness. Yeah.
It's on water management, right? Also, we need to map existing water sources like rivers and identify the risks causing scarcity, pollution, flooding, and climate impacts by promoting rainwater harvesting in households and institutional levels. Also, to plan for drought through water storage and develop early warning systems for floods and drought. Yeah, very true. I concur with that. On policy and advocacy.
One and the only one. It's just advocating for implementation of the policy, the existing policies that we already have. You remember the representative of government who came earlier, the lady, she talked about the good policies and good papers that we have. So we, as the ambassadors, we need to champion, we need to advocate for policies, and also stationing ourselves in a way that maybe we become a county network of people pushing for the policies to work. Implementation is the key.
And also just influencing and strengthening the policy framework so that they can be inclusive and just. Cindy?
On policy, it's just about being able to ensure that our policies are all inclusive. So, you see, if you're not on the table when these policies are being reviewed, developed, and then you cannot be able to push for
the agenda. So it's all about being able to find ourselves in those places where we are able to push for policies that will also ensure that our voices on climate issues, climate smart innovations are also embedded in those policies, and of course being able to advocate to push for those policies to be implemented in different areas and levels. For instance, disaster management policies, even for example, we're talking about areas in Kano and the rest. Issues to do with, we're talking about wakati wa show, maji inapotea. So are we able to advocate for that to ensure that the security for the same is also embedded in those policies?
Thank you. I've captured that. And also, there are challenges that during this discussion, when we were having the discussion with Hazel from Kisumu County, right? There are gaps that we witnessed that were being highlighted during the question session, Cindy, that directly needs to be implemented by the county government in terms of the evacuation centers and what. My action point therefore would be, from this meeting, together with Karen, who will be assisting us, we develop a policy brief as ambassadors from this training and submit to the county through the relevant authorities on the issues that have come out and are in the ground. Possibly, I'm not saying might happen, possibly Hazel might have tackled them here and they might have just ended here. Sindio? So that will be my action point.
Kofi kwa hiyo. To the last action point or plan, which is monitoring and reporting.
I'm sorry for like too much participation, but I also believe that's why I'm here. Juu nikiangalia hivi naona ni kama mimi peke yangu ndio nimetoka Nyando, so I am representing Nyando Nyando as a whole. So ninasema monitoring and also evaluating, yeah, is the key thing. And as ambassadors, tunajifanya tu sisi sasa tumekuwa monitors, and we monitor whatever issues, climate issues that are coming up, and we subject ourselves into, you know, having a reporting system. I know Shinners is quite an organized partner, and they might be able to come up with a way of us now even reporting, so that even when we come back here for review, we might be able to even to have exactly the exact report that is coming direct from the ground and from the monitors that we are having. So and then we may be able, even at the end of the program, we may be able to evaluate and see, even as we write to the county, we may be able to look and see what is the reaction. If we do not monitor or if we do not evaluate, then we'll not have the results, and these resources will have gone to a waste. My coming here will be like a waste, na nikule ila lunch nakula hapa na that's it. But because we are the affected, we need to be involved. Nile tulisema nothing for us without us. Thank you.
Kofi kwa hiyo. There's a comment from Chadala. Establish clear roles of the government, private sectors and communities so as to ensure policies uphold human rights by strengthening enforcement against illegalities. That was on policies and advocacy. Monitoring and evaluation and reporting. How are we going to actually track climate work so that we can ensure that accountability is key? How are we going to do this? It is also part of monitoring.
Okay, first we must have to documentation. We have to put it in place. Then the other one,
I think Shiners have something in place whereby, apart from the documentation, they'll be able to follow up with the progress. I know they can be able to come up with a company tool. They have point person, the field officer is there, Polycap is there, the peer educators, and I know they have an active WhatsApp group. So we come on as a form here to ambassadors, so that kama kuna kitu, they are just able to we update each other.
Again, I think we should also come up with maybe feedback sessions whereby we are going to give out feedback after implementation.
We also have to set measurable targets and report progress publicly so as to adjust strategies accordingly. That is from Chadala. So the one that I've added is this one. I'll ask the director or the field officer so that we get it here. Is it possible that a WhatsApp group for the ambassadors will be created, or how will that be tackled? Okay, you add that. Then there's also the feedback sessions. Once they have discussed, then they'll be able to pass the information on how frequent the feedbacks can be, how the feedback sessions can be done, and how frequent, based on the availability of the organization resources and their programs that are also running concurrently. Is there any other point that we are leaving? Remember, our time passed with 40 minutes, and I think we are really trying to ensure that we don't surpass that 40 minutes. The meeting was supposed to end at 2:40, at 2, but we had some 40 minutes daily, Peter, so we shouldn't surpass 2:40. Any other burning issue before we end our session as moderators and give the feedback, the mic to our host? Any burning issue we are leaving? 1. Any burning issue we are leaving? 2. There.
Just a quick one. I was suggesting if we can have maybe exchange visit for those who are so much passionate about climate change. Like you just mentioned that you have already some like some projects which are already ongoing. So for those who are passionate or interested about the climate change and how to maybe to overcome it, or how to learn, like when you're willing to learn. So I think we can have something like exchange visit, exchange program for those who are willing. What do you think? So are you ready for us? Okay. Mtaki, exchange visit. It's a learning process. Utajuaje if you don't learn? Si ni kweli? Utajuaje? Wengine hawajui hata kushika jembe. So I think we should have something like exchange program or exchange visit. Si ndio? Mtu fundisha watu wengine wenye hawajui. Thank you.
Na imagine si lazima ukuwe na a big space to fanya farming. The little space you have, you can utilize it. Si ndio? Yes, na utapata kamboga kako. So come.
So on that note, we had two people in the room who are already working along the line of climate change and smart agriculture. So peana contacts zenu, and those who are online who are also of the same, to peana contacts hapa tusome. So we'll start with my co-moderator. Give your contacts.
My number is 0798461932. 0798461932. I can only give the trainings over the weekend. Weekdays, it's not possible, but you can reach out to me via WhatsApp. Jina ni Lizia. Skippy, save Skippy. Skippy is my preferred name.
Then Karen.
Okay, my number is 0722 449 or 22 472 449 0722 472 449. Karibuni. Karen Omanga.
My name is Douglas Otieno Willa. I am happy to have been one of your moderators for this session. I am a public health officer. We study in school, we study what we call environmental health science. Then we graduate as public health officers. I believe that is my expertise and the reason why I was given this opportunity to be part of this forum. I am passionate about environment, and I hope that whatever we've done today on the action plans, if we are not able to achieve in a scale of 10, we are not able to achieve 6, then let us not achieve 4, but let us achieve 5. Meskiza. If you are not able to achieve 6, let us achieve 5, but not let us achieve 4 in a scale of 10. Thank you very much. May God bless you. And I'm glad to hand over the microphone.
Kwa Dagi. Thank you so much, my co-moderator. It has been a very wonderful, impeccable session, Cindy. And I'd love to say that I want to appreciate my panelists and the participants for fully participating throughout this learning process, and for being an active listener and also an active contributor to this forum. Sawa, I'll hand over the mic to the host so that they can give us a brief and also their parting shots. I'll hand it over to Polycarp. Polycarp, thank you so much for having us.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Thank you so much for making it. I know keeping adults from 9 to 2 is not an easy task. But from morning up to this time, you guys have been amazing. You've really been active, and by responding to questions, and also by contributing a lot to this important topic for today on climate change. So I'm really amazed, and I want to take this opportunity on behalf of Kisumu Shinners organization to say that we are very happy, and we are really looking forward to even engaging you further in ensuring that we have sustainable options as far as climate change is concerned. we've had some recommendations as we were making the action plan, and there is also one that even during as I was seated there, I realized that we don't even have to wait, we don't even have to go and discuss about it, having a WhatsApp group and continuing with this conversation. So I think we are going to do that right away, but just setting the rules, because we've seen people misusing this platform of WhatsApp. So we might even think about even having maybe a signal group or something, but I believe WhatsApp works well for most people, but even as we do that, we are going to set rules so that we don't misuse it, but we ensure that we make the best out of that. I don't know whether we are all aware that we have COP30 coming soon. So COP30 will be in Brazil from November 10th to 21st. It's very, very important because those recommendations that are going to be made, they are going to affect us directly or indirectly. So it's very, very important for us to be updated. Don't just have the smartphones, but ensure that you are updated with the latest development across all topics. And climate change is one of them. So from the discussion, we've seen how important it is for us to have a multi-faceted approach in this. We don't have a one-faceted approach in this particular thing. So we need to bring forces together. The private sectors, the government, non-governmental, the business people, among others. We need to bring forces together, in order for us to achieve this particular thing. And it has come out strongly from the panelists and also from the participants that we have to join forces. We have to bring our expertise, our knowledge, our skills together in order for us to achieve this. This cannot be done when we work in silos. It can only be achieved when we work together, when we join forces, and when we continue with these conversations to ensure that we achieve the best out of it. And that is why we are calling you as the stakeholders, the private sectors, the government, non-government bodies, donors, among others, to come together, join hands, and ensuring that we have a sustainable options as far as climate change is concerned. So this is just to express our gratitude to all of you, those who are joining us virtually and those who are joining us in person. We are really, really amazed. It took us days to even come up with these, and endless consultative meetings to ensure that this was a success. And I can confidently say that this was truly a success, and we could not do it alone, but at joining hands together and ensuring that you as our stakeholders, we bring you aboard. So we really, really thank you for this, and it is not ending here today. All these action points that we've made, the deliberations that have been made in this particular meeting, they are going to be shared in the COP30, which is going to be held in Brazil. So it has not been a waste. So we hope that our voices are going to be heard at the international spaces, and something is going to be done. And let's not wait for somebody to do this. We have to do it, because we are the local partners and we understand what works for us. So let's continue with the conversation and ensure that our voices are heard. And also, you also have a role to play within your settings by ensuring that whatever you are doing is not harmful to the environment. I would love to pass this microphone to one of our strategic partners from the Ministry of Health, Pamela Ulilo. You see, everything we talk about health lazima ikue. So Pam, please introduce yourself and maybe say one or two things about climate change. Then we can crown it all.
Thank you, Polycarp. I know I was an active listener. I had Skippy appreciate the active listeners and the active contributors. So I was part of the active listeners, because I know every time we talk about climate change, health usually comes in. When there are floods, then we start preparing for diseases. Cholera comes in to some extent. Mosquitoes, because there is stagnant water somewhere. When we talk about water, again, we talk about diseases. So somehow, every time we are talking about disaster preparedness, then health must be included, so that it is complete. Without health, then you'll always realize it's not complete. So I really appreciate having been invited to this meeting, because I really had a lot of interest to learn, and I know I've come up with a lot, and I will always be happy to be part of this team. I'm Pamela Olilo, Medical Superintendent for Lumumba Sub-County Hospital, and a friend to Kisumu Shinners. That is why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. We appreciate you being here with us and the continued partnership, strategic partnership and collaboration. We really appreciate that. Yeah. So I'll also take an opportunity to give to our two representatives from the online space, from the virtual space, to just give a vote of thanks. Yeah, so you can unmute and say something. We are giving two opportunities for our virtual participants to say something.
Good afternoon, guys. This is Eddie from Team Chadala, and I would just love to appreciate the organizers, the panelists, and all the participants for your time and organizing the very resourceful session. It was engaging, fun, and we appreciate that you guys give us the opportunity to be part of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We do appreciate the good work you are doing as far as climate change is concerned. The other person? Royal, you want to say something? I can see you kuna salamu. Salamu ni vita. Yeah, say something.
I really enjoyed the information that I've got here, and the minds out there is just mind blowing. I like the conversations. We should have more of this, and more about the interventions. The next, I hope you'll have a next meeting on interventions and how people can tap onto the resources available, so that we do not just talk and then people go back home and do not act on it. We need to have a working group that is very deliberate.
Thank you so much for that, and for being an active participant, because I saw you from 9 up to now. So asanteni sana for all the participants who are active. I know some were silent followers, all participants, but at least you made it through. We do appreciate. So yeah, that brings us to the end of this. For our physical participants, we are going to have a group photo as you serve lunch. Then we are going to call it a day. So asanteni sana, and I officially declare this forum closed. Thank you. Participants, we need three participants who can be interviewed. Yeah, we'll take the shortest time possible. So yeah, let's have a diversity within the room. 3 volunteers. Our online participants, I hope I'm not locking anyone out. Chadala, nimeona shangwe na nderemo. Take care. Thanks for joining. Rosia, Dominic, BT, Mudhoni, Jatelo, iPhone. Asanteni sana. Unaweza wekea nini waongee if they want to say something. Just open it. Yeah, the mic is on. You can say something, our online participants. Otherwise, we are breaking for lunch. Yeah, the party has just begun.
Recording stopped.